go make the most unlikable character I possibly can.
To be fair, I did play an elf, and he became like an NPC boss for the campaign.
That was the most intolerable. Oh God, Frisk, I forgot about that character. Have you? You haven't yet. Okay. There's
You have to finish the question before I can
I
answer
know.
that.
I can't ask the question because it would spoil some things, but the important thing is that Quat was the most terrible abomination that I've ever had the experience of playing with you.
I
I
did it.
I recently came up with a list of all the characters that I've ever played with you for reasons, and I forgot about Quat, and I realize now why I forgot about Quat, and it's because holy fuck. What an insufferable, terrible bastard. I'm so glad he's dead.
So the one-shot character I made for
You can never tell Frisk it's a one-shot because he will just make someone insufferable.
Well, no, but
Listen,
Jerry was supposed to be a one-shot character.
he was supposed to be one-shot. I made him like completely pathetic.
I think Jerry might be. Jerry's definitely top 3. He might be top 2 for my favorite Frisk characters.
Could you imagine Zeke's theory about the Pleiades being a collection or a vault of all the world's greatest heroes, and you see the catalog, and Gerald Springtrap is there?
Toklo.
And Jerry's like, what the fuck am I doing here? I'm not a goddamn hero. I've learned to swear.
Toklo's like, those bombs you sold us were defective.
Sal wakes up and they're like, "How did I get here?"
Oh no, what a nightmare. Defective product, kill me now.
Boy, it's real hard to not say things, isn't it? I feel like I just gave you guys
Sure
so
is.
much information, and now I've made it even harder for me to talk about anything. Also, the thing that you posted, are you talking about the bit with Tamrius and the quote from the PDF, or is it something else?
No, the entire thing.
The entire thing. Okay. I'm still working through it. If there's a mystery to be solved, I'll solve it. But I just got so goddamn hung up on Tamrius fucking Grimm, because he is the most fascinating character to me that I think you've ever made. I don't know what's up with him. I hate him. I love him. I'm pretty sure he is actually just Death incarnate at this point, which makes me wonder what the fuck Patches is, and I have to get to the bottom of it. I hate that I've tied now 2 of my favorite characters in with him, because I don't know what that means for the 2 of them. Tamrius is great, and eventually I'll unravel everything else, but I just got so hung up on Tamrius.
I appreciate it. All of you should read that shit, though.
I did at least
Is it
read
finished?
the feats and the rogue bits. And
I'm trying to.
I read the stuff about the bone bats and I'm way into it, but I haven't read the feats and such yet.
I love the Bone Bash. They're so fucking edgy. They're my favorite. The mongrel folk are great.
The bone
Gotta-
bats
I
are
get-
fun.
I gotta find out what kind of death mask Occam has.
Phantom of the Opera.
Ooh.
Or would you think it's more of a Dia de los Muertos sort of thing?
I do love the sugar skull aesthetic.
it's real goddamn good. I wish it was safer to use. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you're walking a real fine line there, but it's such a good look.
Yeah, a fine line of cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Is it cultural appropriation when it's like what's the word I'm looking for here? Something commercial that they make other people do.
That's a deep topic. When we left off last week, you guys were deep under the ocean. you guys had just finished a conversation with somebody claiming to be the Deep Mother. She had kind of inhabited the
We
body.
don't know that you're right.
I don't know. Nobody rolled insight.
Got level ups.
I have to be very careful that I don't ever state anything as truth, because I don't ever want you guys to believe for one goddamn moment that I am obligated to not lie to you all the time while I'm in character.
87% true, right?
Oh, that's right! Fucking ace, god damn it.
I lied a lot, so I'm probably responsible for 16%.
We have an actual way to measure truth, and like this has a bearing on the world that I did not know was this heavy.
He even warned us not to talk. He was like, make sure nobody says anything. And we all said a lot. Little did we know we were going to get exposition explaining literally the lore of the entire world and all of our stories.
I didn't say anything.
Not quite everyone.
I think I only asked questions. I don't think Nordo made any statements.
It's a lot of us only ask questions.
Nordo made one like matter-of-fact statement about touching the Trask cart, but it was clearly true. Moat said, "I am the Phoenix." Which,
At least the one. That's probably true.
I may have made an erroneous statement on a whim.
maybe.
I don't know how. Okay, so to be clear, the the calculation is performed by Diema, who's a real in-world character, who is a very thin veil for just me. And I don't know how many people it takes to make a galaxy. I think 2 was a very convincing argument, but I also kind of feel like 1 was a pretty convincing argument. So that there wasn't a strong truth value associated with that particular discussion. Peeling back the curtain just a little bit, I kind of omitted that bit.
What
from
about
the
I am the
calculations.
Phoenix?
That part was definitely in the calculation. I can't comment on that. That part was pretty cut and dry. Anyway, we left off like right after she collapsed. You guys all feel a little bit reinvigorated. You can tell that you've been bolstered with some supernatural strength. You guys did mechanically get a short rest as well as a level up. And everything has kind of gone
shit.
quiet once again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you fell asleep.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. We've already had this discussion. I just assume that all of your characters have the hidden personality trait, narcoleptic. And it's kind of
Yeah.
endearing.
Oh, drink some.
I had a monster today, so I'm planning to not fall asleep.
Hell
Fired
yeah.
up.
If you don't notice me saying anything for a while, just scream at me.
I'll call you in
Perfect.
Telegram. I've
That
done
works
it
too.
before.
But I think I'm gonna stay awake this time for real.
Hell yeah.
I believe in you, Philo. You can do it. But
No.
did you level up your character yet?
And make sure you level up your character.
I did
if you
not.
haven't.
I didn't know we leveled
Oh,
up.
monks are easy. It's fine.
Yeah.
Inspiration this week goes to Gale, Nomad, and Moat.
Oh, thank you.
And
Unless
also,
you're leveling up Warlock. Do you want
I
to
think
level
I'm done with Warlock for
Oh.
now.
we did a lot of talking about it throughout the week, so this is probably not a huge surprise for most of you. But mostly for the sake of people watching, we're going to try out some of the changes.
And for me.
And for you.
Yeah.
We are... Monsters no longer get rebound points, and I've changed the way that legendary resistances work a little bit. The goal there is to make it so that you're not totally wasting your time casting spells on legendary monsters. I don't think it feels very fun to burn like a 9th level spell and just go, oh, whoops, legendary resistance, nothing happened. So I've made a couple tweaks there that will also hopefully speed up combat a bit by making monsters not have to deal with the whole rebound point system. I renamed it to Hero Points, and I've added an extra way for you to get it by doing anything weird on your turn.
Funky.
Funky is the term that I used in the exact codification. It's experimental.
You put it in italics too, so you have to say it like that every time.
Funky.
Funky.
But it's experimental. We'll see how it feels. The basic idea is that anytime you do anything other than I walk up and I attack, or I walk up and I cast the spell, you get a hero point, which you can then turn around and use as a reaction to basically either do a whole bunch of movement and dodging, or to take a full round of attacks or cast a cantrip.
If I start just saying maximum funk in character every time I attack, will that work?
Yes.
No. The idea is
What
that
if I perform, I'm a little teapot? The
So
entire time while casting.
to be very clear, this is not a reward for adding flavor to the things that you do, because that's kind of what inspiration already does. And frankly, get good. This is what I expect from all of you wonderful players. You're beautiful.
Agreed.
What this is kind of a mechanical incentive to not just always walk up and do your strongest attack every turn, even though that's mechanically usually what you probably should be doing. By giving you a mechanical incentive to do weird things, to negate the impact of wasting your action, air quotes wasting, doing things that are interesting and not optimal. We'll see how it feels. It might be dumb.
Counterpoint: everything I do is interesting.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You and Drake are going to benefit from this a lot because the two of you already do stupid, interesting stuff all the goddamn time. I do want to make it clear, I'm not expecting everybody to do something crazy every single turn. That's ridiculous, and it would make combat take too much longer. But
Also, that means I won't be doing it because no, man, the stupid practical.
I mostly just
This is
want
what I'm getting at
to.
here.
I want to make it so that you can see something cool and neat, and you can feel good doing it, even if it's not really as effective as it would be for you to just attack that turn. Kind of lessening that load. Anyway, it's all experimental. We'll see how it feels, and that's all I got to say about that. We'll move on. I did add the ability to raise your hand in the middle of combat. So, if
Ooh,
you...
where's that? Let's test it.
Here, let's test it. Let's drag some people onto the field. Actually, we should definitely test this, because I have not yet.
Quick, while we're on initiative, do something funky.
Do something funky. Alright, so here we go. We're in initiative. As soon as
Wait,
it goes...
oh yeah, you roll initiative for us.
Did I fucking break it right before the stream started? I swear to Christ.
Appears to be broken.
Son of a bitch.
It's
He's
okay.
dead,
this
Jim.
This is a good time to like test it, actually.
Yeah, it's better to figure this shit out right now.
Then in the middle, like, oh, we were ambushed. Now we have to wait for initiative to roll, and time is even longer now.
Yep. Alright. There we go. Alright, one of you fucks raise your hand. There you go. And it'll put you in immediately after the current turn.
Yo, this is great.
Yeah, so
I
if
just wasted an 18. No joke. It's the most highest initiative ever.
so the idea is that if you want to use a reaction immediately after the current monster's turn, whether it's to do a ready action or to spend one of your hero points, you can raise your hand and that'll kind of throw you on initiative so that when your turn comes up, we can say, okay, now I want to do my thing. Just so that we don't have to be kind of interrupting each other to do reactions, because a lot of the hero point things are based on reaction.
Hey, this is only tangentially related, but has it been more than 8 hours since we were sent down here by the lizard folk?
It has been 6.5 hours.
So we still have this for a little bit longer.
Yep. Let's see, were there other announcements or things? I think that was most of it. There were a couple of custom spells we talked about. We talked about some crafting things. Let's see, I've reset the survey. I think we're good. I think we can jump right into this shit. So yeah, when we left off, that's kind of right where things ended. I hate ending things on an open-ended thing because I don't really know exactly what everyone's going to do. But as you guys finish this conversation and the voice leaves all of your mind, you can feel the cold steam beginning to finally dissipate as this body rapidly ages and shrivels in front of you and is eventually kind of flaked into dust. All that remains in front of you is the deep, dark ocean, illuminated by this protective sphere of magical force that seems to keep the water at bay, looking out in front of you.
Thanks, Mo. Ooh, it picked up where it left off.
Well, what next? That was quite a lot to take in. Yeah, it's putting it lightly. Should we go get the ship, or?
Sorry, what did I miss?
Gosh, you look so much stronger.
Oh, thank you. You know, I got
Your bicep is so much bigger now.
You know, I got my beauty sleep
Just the one.
right here.
This one,
This
yes.
bicep,
It looks sturdier.
or is it the other one? Bam!
Oh, they are
Flex them both.
sturdy.
Well, Vasudeva, here's the skinny. See that city out there under the water? It was
Uh-huh.
built for like 1,000 years ago on account of mind flayers keep visiting the planet every few thousand years and killing everybody. And they was trying to hide everybody down here, but instead they accidentally opened up some portal to the hells on account of there's some passageways nearby. So that's what that city over there is. The Deep Mother wants us to kill the Pale Knight, deal with that problem. But we still got to get Moat to Firebird's Roost as well. That's the skinny.
Oh, jeez. Portals to hell under the ocean. That's some heavy stuff.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know something like this could exist, but I guess magic could do.
Yeah, wasn't expecting this.
Nah, me neither. I mean, I've heard of portals to hell on Mars, but
She said it
under
was
the ocean, that's ridiculous.
took over. I'll have to say, I don't know if y'all feel like we're ready to go explore that city yet. I think there's a lot to be found, I'm sure, but I don't know if it's worth putting our necks in the line for. Might be better off trying to get back to the surface and then coming back here when we're a little more prepared. Unless y'all think otherwise.
I
Then
agree.
Then that begs the question how we get to the surface. We could try the put Leah's ship in a bubble plane and float up to the top. That seems, well, the sailors say it'll work. Or there's these here window towers the Deep Mother said had a teleportation circle, I guess. Although we don't really want to open that up, I imagine. Don't want to let the demons up to the surface.
Yeah, not until we are ready. Could we find something here that is symbolic of this place? A part of it, perhaps.
Nardo will walk back out the door of the room they're in and pull out one of the Mind Flayer coins from the door.
Uh,
Can I see it real
This
good?
counts? Does this count? Tech, as
no-
a teleportation anchor?
It would. Notably, when you pull it out, the door slams shut, and there's
Probably
almost kind of this
pretty
high-pitched squealing noise as there's kind of like a suction lock noise almost.
Put it-
Ooh.
You'll hopefully remember which one it came from and put it.
Just you've got decent wisdom, right?
I've got real good wisdom. I've got terrible intelligence.
You're fine.
There's only 7 choices.
Yeah.
You'll get it eventually.
After 7 like Pavlov shocks.
Nah, you're able to remember where you just pulled it from a couple seconds ago. Put it back, and it does reopen.
Is there any difference in the room?
You do notice that when the door
Shut.
closes, the dim light, there's a couple of kind of these very ornate, almost Victorian-style lanterns of ever-burning light that illuminate from the top of the room. And when the door shuts, they do all dim, leaving the only light source that kind of shines in from this bubble looking out over the city under the sea. It gets a little spooky, a little ominous, a little, lonely and distant almost. But apart from that, no other significant changes.
So we can take Leah's ship, we can take Flick's ship, we can find a coral, and I can teleport us back.
And
But I think we want the ship, and we want to bring Rex over here.
and you'll be able to get us back here with one of these here coins.
It doesn't have to be the coin even. I can take a piece of structure. If you can break anything off, I trust you're very capable of that.
Sure, I can, but I imagine even if we aren't going to use the coins for that, we probably want to take them with us anyway, just so no one else can get in here.
Agreed. But yes, I can use these coins to return us to this place at a later point when we're stronger.
As far as the ship, I'd like to get it back to the surface. I think it could be useful for us, but we have the parts we need from it if it ain't feasible. Nor does another word feasible. Realistic.
Reasonable, yeah, realistic. Nomad just says nod.
I don't think we'll get the ship out in its entirety, at least not with what we have available to us right now.
Yeah, I think.
But I also don't think that it's going to be going anywhere anyways. So
Yeah, the trouble is that acid will burn it up for too long, but it may just be the way of it. It's been down here about a week, and that stuff was already starting to make holes in it that's magically protected, it seemed like, as Nomad was saying. But we got the parts we really needed from it. The ship is just a ship. Just finding a way to the surface then? Reckon so. Did I, while we were doing our little excursion across the ocean floor, did I see any like coral sizable enough for us to use, sort of like we found on the beach at Seattle? Not that I was really keeping an eye out for it, but if we passed like an obvious coral reef or something.
Yeah, while you were just kind of idly traveling back and forth between there, you didn't see any. You saw a few formations, but nothing nearly large enough to pass through, like using TVP. You could definitely kind of go looking for some if you wanted to, but you didn't already pass by any.
I guess just on a lark, I'll look out the window towards Pleiades and see if anywhere in the distance I can see either large coral formations or what looks like an area that would be apt to have such formations.
Sure. Give me a perception check. Looking around, you do see, again, just small bits of coral here and there. Again, you do have some degree of dark vision that's been granted to you, but it's got a limited range, and within that range, you don't see any formations that are big enough to, like, walk through.
This is an even longer shot, but anywhere within Pleiades, that's a couple miles away, isn't it?
Yeah, unless you have some way of looking super long
Can I get
distances.
the spyglass out that we have and look? Not really for coral. I mean, if I see some, great. But are there, because it's like a protected dome with presumably air, are there like trees growing in there?
Give me a perception check with advantage because it's spyglass.
Oh, also, I know you said we effectively got a short rest, but did we actually rest? Like, would I have had time to summon Shu?
You would have had, it's an hour and 10 minutes, right? You've definitely spent at least an hour and 10 minutes kind of having downtime that you could have summoned Shoot back in, yeah.
Cool.
20, yeah, actually, as you look out towards the sea, illuminated by this kind of magical field, you do see that within it, in addition to buildings and structures, there are what appear to be parks. You do actually see that a handful of them have small trees. None of the ones that you see immediately are like gigantic, but they look like sizable trees. Some of them might be big enough to fit through. You don't know if any of them are going to be big enough to fit a ship through. But, you know, even without the ship, you could potentially use those for TVP.
Well, for Nomad, I don't see any coral or nothing around here, but there's some trees in the city. While I'm looking around the city for trees through the spyglass, do I happen to also see like anything living, specifically like demons or aberrations, or people on an off chance?
With a 20, you see occasional signs of life. Not much in the way of sea life because they're kind of held back at bay by these this force field. Although you do notice with the 20 that the eastern side of town, it seems that the field has been dropped and the buildings within that area have been fully submerged and inhabited and overtaken by sea life. Within the actual kind of bubble of emptiness created by the force field, you don't spot any sort of movement. You do notice that a lot of these buildings, at least the lower stories, 2 to 4 stories, kind of depending, are covered in this kind of sickly, almost bone-like growth. And at first it almost looks like coral, but it's got these kind of like sharp, jagged edges, kind of almost like slicing spurs. There's just this unnatural kind of white growth all over a lot of the buildings, and some of the streets as well. But you don't spot any life, no demons, no giant monsters, nothing like that.
Or I'll sort of slide the spyglass back in and say, I don't see any coral around, friend Nomad, but there's some trees in the city. I don't know if we could try to sneak in and get into a tree before we get caught by something nasty.
Hmm.
Or if it'd be safer to just look around for coral, but I don't see any around here anywhere. Didn't see any when we were wandering around earlier neither. I'm wondering if we're too deep.
Understandable. Perhaps we should attempt to find one outside of the town first, just a cluster of them. The coral down here will be thinner than what we've seen atop, so we will need to find a larger cluster of them rather than a huge singularity.
I just had an idea anyway. Oda kind of looks around out the window and sees a bunch of fish and crabs and stuff swimming around. Says, I bet if you just ask the locals, one of them will know.
That would be great. But yeah, if we can't find it, let's all go look for a coral cluster that can fit a dragon. If not, then we'll just have to go to the town and find a tree. I have a level 7 spell slot now, and I still have a 6 level spell slot, so I can cast this spell twice. Meaning we can teleport back to Lizard Island, get Rax back to his mom, figure what that does, and then use the second one to get us back to shit. What was the town? Seattle, right?
And then from there, the question will be how to get to Firebird's Roost, but I guess one step at a time.
Yeah, but then we'll
We'll,
have Gale Ship.
Nord will sit down, light some tobacco, and start working on his Speak with Animals chant before we go outside.
All right. After your ritual is completed, you do hear just kind of the voices of creatures passing by. Most of the larger ones are kind of distant, but every now and then you do see just a school of fish kind of passes by, and you can hear chattering amongst all of themselves. It's muffled because you're listening through glass. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check to just kind of see what you can get your hands on.
Cool.
Can I give him an assist?
Sure. Are you trained in animal handling, or do you have someone to help?
I am trained in animal handling.
Sick.
Well, that's pretty good about that, Matt.
Yeah.
I study creatures.
These are your people too. Okay. There is a point where you see a couple of strobing lights that kind of pass by as some sort of a weird bioluminescent fish. It's just kind of idly passing, maybe 20 or 30 yards away. And Nomad is able to kind of lock eyes with this creature and then do this pattern of flashing colors on his own head that matches that fish until eventually he wanders over real curious. And he just kind of approaches the glass all bug-eyed and says, "Oh, you're pretty."
He's taken, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind to talk to you for a minute if you got a second.
Okay.
We're looking for some coral. Not just any coral, though. I need it to be at least as big as him. And I'll point to Vasu, the tallest of us. A big coral.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay. A little hungry. Big coral. There's little corals all over and medium corals. If you want real big corals, there's a big patch of them. They're pink and blue and white and real pretty. They grow in the chasm over that way. I don't like to go over there too much because it's too much light.
Which way does he point?
He kind of swims around and motions towards the large chasm to the north past the city.
I love that fish just swim toward the direction they're pointing.
Yeah,
It's adorable.
Didn't really have a better option.
All right, then.
We should give him something, right?
Yeah, I'll fish around in my bag and find that, pun intended, something for him to eat.
That does look real pretty, but I don't think you can give it to me through this big glass.
Oh, sure. I'll just toss it. You ready to catch? And I'll get a little chunk of my bioluminescent mushroom that I like feeding to animals. Just toss it at the water next to him.
So importantly, so you're in a bubble dome sort of deal. You have no There's no.
Like a
Oh.
C lab sort of situation.
Yeah,
right?
So,
yeah.
I had you popped
Can
it
you
at a
hear
wall.
us?
I had assumed at this point that we'd walked outside because I was talking to
Same.
this
I
guy.
thought we were.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you guys want to like take a ladder and start like actually going onto the seafloor, then absolutely that's doable.
I'm good with just
Question.
talking to him through the window.
Okay.
Flick's necklace still work.
For now, we'll just assume we're still in there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, if you here, meet us down there, and I'll point kind of down somewhere.
All right.
Like I'll bring you back to eat.
Yeah, you guys kind of eventually work out which way you're going, and he kind of swims around and meets you on the kind of the eastern side, down at the bottom of the ladder when you guys pop out. And you're able to give him a bit of food, and he thanks you for it. There might be some more over to the east. There used to be, but that's gotten real dangerous lately, so I don't go over there too much. Because the big creatures like to eat the little creatures even if they ain't hungry.
That's just more truth to that than you know, my friend. I appreciate you, though. We'll stay away from there, too. I'm sure there's things bigger than us down here.
Oh, lots of things. Good luck.
Appreciate. Well, he says there's some big coral up in that chasm, the other side of Pleiades, but that'd mean either walking through Pleiades or around it.
We
Thank-
should perhaps try to walk around it.
Just to think if we walk around it, if I'm perfectly remembering what I saw at that window earlier, if we walk around the west side of it, that's where the portal to the abyss is at. If we walk around the east side of it, that fish was just telling me that there's big, dangerous monsters out to the east that like to eat everything they see.
And we
One of
go
those-
over it.
Can we, can we swim? I feel like we're kind of stuck here on account of the
Oh, yeah.
air.
This
I guess
is
if
true.
Do you have any other methods of flight? Anything like that?
Vasadiva, your biceps are a little bigger. You think you can carry all 9 of us? Or all like 11 of us, including our NPCs?
I kind of doubt it.
We have a dragon. I'm not sure if it can carry us well in this bubble and fly through the air.
He kind of looks around and looks up. I could probably get maybe 1 or 2 of you on my back pretty good. I don't know about all of you.
Yeah. What if he was bigger?
Oh, I mean, if I was bigger, I could probably get a whole lot of you.
What
All
about
of us can fly anyway, so he won't need to take all of us.
What about the Crescent King? Would it fit in here if we popped it out?
Probably.
Oh shit, that's a real good question. Let me go see if I wrote down how big it is.
But also, doesn't the Crescent King have a way to swim around underwater?
I think it does, but I think that has like charges, so as long as Flick is just has
Let's
an aura
read
around him
it.
anyway.
Yeah. Let's read this and see what it says. It's 60 feet in length. How? This is what 30 by 30.
We get a 60-foot radius, so that works out perfect.
Oh yeah, excellent.
So that 60-foot length would be presumably the longest dimension of the ship, unless it's taller.
It's a 30 diameter, yeah.
Most ships are about as tall as they are long.
So it
Math-
should fit in the bubble.
Oh my goodness.
And oh, it can make the radius sphere around it. Doesn't say anything about that being a charge. Yeah, that's not a charged thing, so it can just do that anyway.
It can do that.
Perfect.
So we have many
Problem
ways.
solved.
Problem solved.
Still think we should enlarge the dragon though, just for sport.
Do you think it can tow? It can tow like a ship through the water?
I don't know nothing about boat towing. Flick, you think it's tow boat? Or boat? You know how to
Check.
sail boats.
And or do an admiral check.
Yeah, let me get some
Check my
sailing
admiral
checks.
senses.
Give me those admiral sense checks. Woo!
Girl.
Good
Look
lord.
at me go. Those family vacations paying off.
Hell yeah. All right. Of most of the vehicle knowledge that you have, Gale specifically has a lot of information about moving large quantities of things from one place to another, mostly heavy and also volatile things. Moat has a lot of knowledge of sailing specifically, and a lot of the sailing that he did was related to commerce and moving and towing and things like that. It is partly because he's a kobold. It's more that he's from a kobold
What?
mining community.
What does that have to do with?
He probably doesn't know shit about it because he's like an entitled rich boy who just tells other people to move shit.
Hey now.
I feel like he did all the math, and so he knows how to do it. He
I
just
think we've talked about this. Like he cut the ribbon at the mining or at the new mine when it opened, and then just left.
Yeah, like he has technical knowledge but no experience.
yeah, everything he knows is technical in theory.
Yeah,
He's surprised his ship worked.
yeah, like he has a lot of theoretical knowledge, but not a ton of like practical experience.
Legit.
Hey, so far you're like 10 for 10
It
with your
is-
inventions.
It is worth mentioning too. Like he's not just an ideas guy; he's a brilliant inventor. Like he probably
I know.
he made some.
I'm just being silly. He's
So,
literally
yeah.
walking around on one of his incredible inventions.
Exactly. But no, between all of you, you get the sense that the biggest danger would be, like whatever damage happened to it because it was exposed to the sudden crushing depths of the ocean. But with that said, it's been sitting in a vat of acid for a week, and it's only just kind of started to like sponge a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's magically protected. It's designed to be resilient against damage, and especially against pressure. That's what it was designed to be good at. You get the sense that yes, you could almost certainly tow it. You would be moving a lot slower, and you'd be a little bit more vulnerable. And it would probably take a little bludgeoning damage along the way. But it's an inanimate object protected by magic. It'll probably be fine.
There's still the question of how we get it out of that dome in the first place. Do we just break the dome? I don't really see another way to do it. And if we do want that water rushing in, well, I guess if we got the flick bubble, we'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't touch the ship. So if the Crescent King is, well, here's the thing about that. We want that ship to be in its air bubble, right?
Well, what
Or
if,
do we want it drifting in the water?
What if someone else pilots the Crescent King and Flick stands on Leah's ship with his air bubble, and that protects both?
Yeah. Will it be easier to move it? Like, because we're towing it through water. I assume we can tie both the anchors together, or rather, one anchor on one side, the other anchor on the other. If it still has an anchor, I don't even know if that's around.
There's a tow line we can use for that. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
In theory, that should work. I mean, especially if you put the engine back in it. I suppose it doesn't have an elemental to keep it afloat anymore anyway. Yeah, it should be okay.
Cool. So, yeah, we should be able to tow it. This will take your ship to the corals. We can take your ship. Here's another question. We need an exit point that is large enough for a ship to fit through.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't know if there's gonna be anywhere that we can fit
Yeah,
a ship through.
we
and
might.
plant.
We might have to at least, if we find it, we might have to leave this in that cavern, because like Flick's ship can shrink, but Leah's ship at least will not be in the acid. It'll grow
Yeah, I suppose
barnacles.
It's safer over in that ravine than it is in a pit of acid, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so we can take it into the cavern. It's at least safe from exposure or whatever things running into it while it's in there. And we could theoretically come grab it when we can use the coral there to teleport back in.
I still
And who
think we
knows?
should just do the lightning bolt to the surface trick, just because I want to see how it would have gone.
Right? you want to try that?
No, that's crazy. Zeke,
I'm
wants
on
to.
board.
That'd be a great story.
Sounds
Toklo wants to.
pretty cool.
From somewhere within Pleiades, Toklo is crying out for us to do that.
Do it. I don't know what Toklo sounds like.
I never had a voice for Toklo, it was just my voice, but I've thought about that recently, because I feel like I might have to reprise my role as Toklo at some point in this campaign.
For some reason, I am imagining the Cobra Commander.
That's probably about right.
Have I? Never mind. I shouldn't say anything.
From G.I. Joe.
Carry on. I didn't say shit.
What? Why? Why would you say shit and then say you didn't say shit?
I want to go into Pleiades so bad. It's
Do you
not
wanna-
a good idea.
Do you want to try just one? There's like several domes. Just try the smallest one. What's the worst that could fucking happen?
We get murdered by the literal Queen of Demons.
That's fair. Let's not face the Queen of Demons as we are now, having not had a long rest or anything.
We just got done with the long rest.
Just a short rest.
Here's what I hate. Here's what I hate. I can say this, I think. I hate that Lance has not been present in every other campaign that I've ever played. That's what I can say. There we go. Okay, carry on.
We just need Lance's theory crafting with relation to your other campaigns.
We had a long rest, right?
You had a magical short rest.
So there's a short rest and a level up, but no long rest yet.
Right.
It's been Thursday for like 4 sessions.
Are you sure? Because I
Yeah,
could have swore we got a long rest from something. Like a magical long rest.
It
a magical level up.
It has been Thursday for like a month of real life time now.
We've been in the same place though. That's why. But hey, shall we go along with which plan?
I think we should head over to the Coral, try to bring Leah's ship with us, and leave it over there if it won't fit through whatever we find over there.
Right. And when we find something big enough that a ship can come out of, we can come back for this ship and pull it through.
Sounds about right to me. And maybe as we're going over the city, we'll see something that changes the plan, or at least get a better idea what's going on in there. But till then, guess start
Sounds reasonable to me.
hoofing it towards the ship for now.
All right.
Off we go!
It takes a little bit of travel, but you guys have done it before and you're able to do it. I guess just somebody give me a survival check to make it over there safely.
With
I'm good at those.
assistance. Yeah.
Thank God.
13's
I've rolled nothing
fine.
but 2s and 3s all day.
You have to do a little bit of coaxing to avoid a couple of weird burrowed large fish. Once again, kind of sit in that wide open stretch of silty sand in kind of like an ambush formation. But you convince them once again that you're big and angry and you can beat them up. And they kind of move and make way for you until you're eventually able to climb back up and find yourself back at this little facility where Leah's ship still at rest within this kind of glass domed building.
Alright. Once we get Flick's air bubble like totally encompassing the whole dome that Leah's ship is in, I will hey little dragon, you see any I don't know, spots on this that would be the best place for me to start swinging, because otherwise I'm just gonna pick one at random.
I can take a look. Can I find the best spaces for us to attach to?
Absolutely. You could give me history, or if you've got like Mason's tools or anything like that, you could sell me on that.
Mason's tools?
Yeah, or like any sort of architecture sort of thing.
He's got Mason's tools. He's a Mason boy.
So looking things over, you can tell that this was designed to be remarkably well fortified. Presumably, in fact, with a little bit of study, you can tell that this thing was designed to like keep things in that wanted to get out and were well armed and militarized. You imagined that it was probably designed for living mind flayers with mind flayer technology to be warped down and then consumed by acid with no means of escape. As such, it is remarkably well reinforced. However, you do see that the weakest points of it would be along these long stretches here, away from the corners, where it is just kind of flat. If you're going to attack one place, that's probably the best place to do it. And you also imagine that because this, it just appears to be very, very thick glass as far as you can tell, that if you were to kind of find some method that is very good against glass and get a bit of a hole started, it would go a lot easier from there.
Like the shatter spell,
Potentially, yep.
which literally says shatter on it.
It's very, very good against that sort of thing.
Alternatively,
Let me try.
I'm a
Do it,
siege
Vasu.
weapon.
Yeah, that too. He's really good at punching and shattering things.
That too.
Vasu and Nordo work together?
So that's for you to start with.
Okay, but can I tell you on Skywrite?
You can try.
If I use Skywrite to fill the box with clouds until it explodes.
Is this the sky, though? We're literally underwater.
There. Now you've got a point there. Can't dispute that.
Norda will take a knee and place a hand on the silt at the bottom of the sea and attune to the earth. Take the edge of his axe and etch the word funky into the glass, and then try to break it.
Is that a hero point? That's a hero point.
Hero points are a combat mechanic. They're a meta resource.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Recklessly.
All right. You swing, slams in, and you're like the axe lands true. It kind of cants to the side a little bit, slides a bit. There's a bit of a scuff where you landed. 26 points of slashing magical. There is like a divot where you hit, but it is not significant, and you suddenly realize that you might be in for a little bit of a time. It's not that you couldn't do it, it's just that it's going to be a lot more work than a couple of swings. It could be a couple-hour job even for you.
Okay.
That's why Vasu's here, too.
Trying to see if I have anything funky for this. Not for hero points, just for actual funkiness.
Yeah.
I'd like to assist from a distance.
What did you roll on your 23 Mason's tool? You do notice that all of this glass is embedded in what appears to be some sort of stone foundation. And it would probably occur to you that if you can find some way to weaken or shape or remove that stone, you could theoretically just destroy all the stone around the base and then, like, just pop the glass top off, potentially. So that's another thing you would spot with the 23.
I'll attempt to do, I don't know if this is within the scope of the spell, but just try to, like, I don't know, weaken the stone with a little bit of mold earth, just place an earth on it, try to focus on the stone.
Shapes to here on stone. It's on the ground. Difficult terrain, or become normal terrain. You can definitely cause, like, etchings and things like that. It's not enough to cause structural damage.
Okay.
What about shatter?
Shatter will do it.
Shatter will definitely, it seems very well suited for this sort of thing.
I did it.
Yeah, it's up there.
Oh,
It's
did
done.
you? Oh,
It's been
shit.
done.
Okay,
That is all you
perfect.
do there. Gong of 4 winds. Any crit at the damage? Oh, never mind. That's just one of the dice.
I crit one of them. The other were sad rolls.
Oh.
2 2s and an 8.
So where Nordo's left a pretty precise divot, specifically where he impacted, you do see that when you cast the shatter, there is a spider web of shallow but significant cracks that arc out from the point of the blast, kind of centered almost directly where Nordo hit. And with that, you can see little bits of the glass start to flake down, and it becomes very clear with your shatter that this glass is probably something on the order of 6 to 8 inches thick. But still, you've done it's very thick glass. It is meant to resist tremendous amounts of depth. With that said, you've done some pretty significant damage to it. You imagine that that will cause a very good, that's a very good starting point for Nordo, because he can now attack specifically some of these shadows and spiderweb formations that have started. And that would give him a head start for sure. There's a little bit of a reign of the first maybe inch or so of glass has broken free.
Good job.
With that, as you kind of begin to hack away again, you get the sense that that probably reduced the amount of time that it would take for you to break through and get a hole started to maybe 30 minutes or so of just brute labor to get the first puncture. From there, everybody would probably be able to do a little bit of help, although you'd definitely be doing, the most work to kind of expand that hole.
You guys think that we could just heat it up pretty hot and then step away and have all the crushing cold water come back in and shatter it for us?
Ooh.
I don't
Your
think that's a
admiral
thing.
check was pretty good.
Look at you with your big science brain.
I need a week to lay down.
Well, that would be very cool and effective. I think I could just use this useless class ability that I have that would never be useful under any other circumstance.
What's that?
If you give me an hour, I can literally just make tools for cutting through glass.
Oh, hey.
Sure.
While we're talking about this, Flick walks up behind me and uses the maze eye to just make a pass.
That only does a 5 foot, though.
That's all we need.
To get the ship out?
Oh, never mind. I forgot we're not just trying to get through this glass.
No,
We're trying
Flick-
to get a ship out of
We
it.
can
Flip,
get through
flip,
this fine,
flip.
there's a door.
He then points
Yeah.
to the open door behind you.
Right.
To be fair, like even with glass cutters tools, this is 6 inches thick.
Well, the thing is that I can make a drill that'll let us set some holes in it that'll make the whole thing just collapse.
yeah.
The problem with the cold water on the hot glass idea is that we're specifically not letting any water touch this thing right now also. Because we don't want the water like rush in afterwards.
It's okay, that's what Flick. Yeah, we're trying to fill this area with water first, and then like smash and dashing. While Gale is working on his thing, I'm gonna help attack.
I do love the idea of heating and shattering. I was very on board with it.
Let's do it. Why not?
We might lose the ship, but you know.
Hopefully it comes back if it doesn't get used here. With that said, Nordo spends like 30 minutes or so, and eventually
Can I
is able to, yeah, for sure, and is eventually able to kind of punch a starting hole. During this time, Gale is able to kind of focus and use his class ability to produce a bunch of tools that are specifically designed for working with glass, and especially for breaking and cutting through glass. And because so what is this feature? You're able to just like make whatever tools you want?
Yeah, it's a great tool for the job. 3rd level, you learn how to produce exactly the tools you need. With thieves' tools or artisan's tools in hands, you can magically create one set of artisan's tools in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. The creation takes 1 hour of uninterrupted work, which can coincide with a short or long rest if you want, or otherwise. And though they're produced magically, they are not magical. They vanish if I use this feature again.
Hell yeah. You're able to create a bunch of glass working tools, and specifically ones that are designed to work with very, very thick, deep lengths of glass. You create a couple of awls that are very sharp, very precise, and that can be hammered through to kind of puncture in these precise structural kind of weak points. And as Nordo and Nomad begin to kind of expand this initial hole directly at the side, Gale, and presumably a couple others working with the tools that he's created, can start puncturing these holes right along the kind of rim or the lip. And you do actually notice that after maybe an hour and a half of all of this, that as Nordo and Nomad both swing collectively, not only does a big chunk of glass right where they're hitting fall off, but it forms this hairline crack running all the way through all 8 inches of this bubble, from the hole that they're making to the line of little kind of perforation holes that Gale has been drilling. And it kind of punctures probably about 10 to 15 feet down that length, indicating that the holes he's making are definitely going to help, and once he finishes a ring all the way around, they could potentially connect and just kind of unhinge the whole thing so the top just pops right off. Going with all of these new techniques, you imagine that all of you working together could probably get all the way around this thing and pop the top off in maybe 3 hours of labor for the whole party. And if you have any other ways to speed it up, that would work. With that said, you're starting to get a little, it's been a long day. It's probably pushing 9:30, 10 o'clock or so. Or at least that's what it feels like. You can definitely work through the night if you want. But just, you're starting to realize it's been a long day and it's maybe time to almost think about winding down.
Yeah, can we do an actual rest, I guess?
That is totally up to you. I don't want to, force a rest one way or another. I'm just helping you keep track of time.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a good idea.
Rest. That'll be a good idea to rest. If we're going to make our way out there, we might encounter something dangerous.
Yeah, we should be ready for it.
To meet it
Dangerous
exhausted.
at the bottom of the sea?
No. Did up two, by the
Least-
way?
Did what?
Elise level up too.
She did.
You damn well better have.
Yep. I realized right, that's what it was. She has been a level ahead because of the weird fortune thing that I keep reading, so this time she did not, but she already did, so we're good. She's caught up now. We're good.
Dual wielder and have 2 spears.
She actually uses a big-ass fucking scimitar. Scimitar is probably not even the right word for it. It's, I don't know, what, like a cutlass? There's some word for a gigantic scimitar. Whatever it is, that's what she uses. Yeah, it's probably closer to a falchion.
I was asking for myself.
Oh, for yourself?
Should I take
Should
dual
you
wielder
take
and
it?
have 2 spears?
That is a pretty cool image, actually.
Right?
That'd be cool. Complete waste of time.
I know this is an anime / franchise that nobody here has seen, but Sengoku Basara is like a very anime adaptation of like Edo era Japan, and Yukimura Sanada in that has 2 fucking spears. Ate has
Also,
6
in
katanas that he fights with at the same
Fate
time.
Zero, there's Dearmud, who fights with 2 spears. Dearmud.
Oh,
Dearmud. I don't know how to
him.
pronounce. Some Irish dude.
Yeah, but I feel
Lance.
like 2 spears is a very powerful image. I also do agree with Nordo that that's kind of a waste for a monk.
Literally not use it
Yeah.
once.
The
That's
coolest
what I mean.
feat that I could pick.
Absolutely with.
I want to split feats into actually good and fucking terrible, and let people take terrible feats for free, but I haven't figured out a way to do it yet.
I think that you should get rid of your spear entirely so that I don't have to change that picture that I drew.
Oh,
It's
hi!
fine that you didn't. It's fine. that
Hi, I'm
there's
here.
not
I've
a
tried
spear in
saying
the
things a
picture.
couple of times, but
Look, he's here.
We did it.
Hello.
Oh hi.
We made a whole plan involving
We hear
your
you
shit.
now.
That's cool.
Sorry if we were talking over you.
it's good. You're cool.
He's this guy. I love him.
Is this the... Did you show me a battle clip from this?
Different
Almost
one, but
Okay. All
same
right.
series. Same universe. Different
Okay.
show.
Alright, that makes sense. Anyway. You guys are all kind of settling in for a long rest. Are you taking a watch?
Take a watch. I can take a watch.
I assume that you guys kind of do your normal watch order. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Right.
take a watch with Leah if I can.
Sure.
Gale takes his princely full rest without taking a shift.
Attaboy.
Toto,
No,
on
man.
the other hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Toto, on the other hand,
Just sits
continues
there.
his robotic servitude.
Either
Can we
one
put
or
a
four.
throne on Toto?
Yes.
Not yet, but I want to get him a Hoda.
What's a Poda?
It's like the big cart that they put on elephants.
Oh yes, that would be cool.
Oh my god.
Can we give him a pipe organ exhaust engine?
Maybe.
So whenever you walk into a room, you're accompanied by dramatic organ music.
Alright. Let's see. First shift. Goes pretty uneventfully. I don't know who was on first shift, but nothing particularly crazy happened. Second shift. Second shift is mostly uneventful, but there is a period for about 20 minutes or so where it almost resembles like a meteor shower. There is just this bizarre dotting of lights that starts in the horizon and then begins to kind of rapidly approach and then swoop over you as hundreds and then thousands and then quite possibly countless millions of tiny illuminated fish just kind of swim by in this massive school. And it just goes on and on and on and on. for the better part of 15-20 minutes or so, until eventually they all trail off. And there's several points where it's interrupted by predators swooping in and grabbing large gulping mouthfuls of these tiny little mackerels. But they persist. It makes these kind of cool swirling patterns every time that a large fish goes through to try to get a chomp. And all of the little kind of fire-lit sardines kind of swirl out of the way. And it's just a bit of a light show that goes on for 15-20 minutes, but then everything else goes pretty smoothly. Third shift. Smooth, uneventful. There are a couple of just distant, kind of above you, whale songs that echo from far, far away. And then fourth shift. Uneventful. Everything goes real peaceful. With that said, however, what shift were you on, Flick? If you had a preference, it doesn't really matter a ton.
1 second, my mouth's full.
You're good.
Caspian isn't even here right now.
Yeah, he's busy. With me.
I like the way you said
You're
that.
here too, so
We didn't take the same one.
He's not here, though.
Oh, is he like not here at all?
No.
Sorry, I fell asleep. I don't know if he came to the bottom of the ocean with us.
No, he waited in I keep forgetting the name of the place. I don't know why.
I imagine Vasu woke up and he's like, "Aw, Cass is gone. I hope he remembers to write."
Vasu throwing himself head over heels for somebody he knows is taken is the greatest thing.
Pretend he doesn't know he's taken.
I'm a hopeless romantic.
I do like the idea also that Vasu is just completely oblivious and like still hasn't caught on that Flick and Caspian are a thing.
Cass is too polite to just like say it out loud. And Flick,
Cass has done it
teasing
for some.
all of Flick's hints just go straight over his head.
I mean, I didn't think I'd have to be this forward with Vasu quit hitting on my boyfriend, but I think I might have to say that. Anyway,
What?
Probably
Your
watch.
boyfriend? Oh my god! Oh Jesus! I'm so sorry.
All right.
Shoot! Why didn't you tell me?
Watch 3, I guess.
Okay, excellent. Then it probably would have been pretty deep in your sleep, somewhere in the middle of Watch 2 while you're sleeping, that you start experiencing some very, very, very vivid dreams. None of them are concrete enough to really be like memorable events, but it is just unrestful sleep, terrible nightmares the entire night, just these awful twisted visions of yourself in horrible situations, kind of pierced between chasms by bone, with this hellish fire all around you, or being chased through dark tunnels by just rattling bones and pale creatures and eyes on all the walls. And all of them are just kind of persistently seasoned with this laughter and this smile, this bright white smile. None of the rest of her face is ever visible, but it seems to just emerge from the darkness, from the shadows, from the walls, from the corners, laughing at your suffering, at your fear, and occasionally reminding you, I'm watching you. I am always watching you. You are so close. Just this constant agonizing, just twisted visions the whole time that you're down here. But you are thankfully and mercifully woken up by whoever was on second shift with a rattle of your shoulder, kind of alerting you that it's your watch. And the watch does go smoothly, if a little bit paranoid. And when you do go back to sleep during fourth watch, the rest of your sleep is a little bit less memorable. You're able to finally get some rest, just kind of through sheer exhaustion. Likewise... Oh good, you are here. You're just in time. You're just in time. Good, we don't have to wait. Ace... Give me a d20. Okay, give me a second to look something up.
Alright, why does it say, like, what is this 3 next to me?
Because I think I accidentally put that you have hero points on your sheet. Let me go check that real quick.
Oh, those are like on our sheet as a resource?
They are. You should all have hero points listed as a class resource.
Oh.
And I'm going to make it so that it automatically updates the thing. Right now it only does it when your health changes. But I'll make it so that like when your sheet changes, it does it too.
Cool. Good conflict.
Not that he's bad at skill rolls sometimes, but
Oh, I have inspiration.
or did you already have it? Shit.
Yeah, I still have it from the last time I had it.
We might be like topped off. I think we might all have it.
These have it. Does Toto? What about Shu?
I think our fascist dictator says that Toto and Shu can't have inspiration.
No, they can't.
Can Eddie Jamjar have mine?
What?
Sure.
Can Caspian have
Or
mine
even
because he's
if
going to
you have
roll
to.
one at some point anyway?
Oh,
Still
no,
here?
no, Feck, I get it. It's a slippery slope. You know, first you give familiars inspiration, and then what's next? You give them the right to vote. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves now.
Next thing you know.
Next thing you know, they're going to want to get married.
My familiar has hit points. He pays tax.
He does not pay taxes.
He should be able
No.
to.
Next town we go to,
it's-
he's going to have Shu pay taxes just to spite you.
Ace, you have equally disturbing nightmares, but yours are of something vaguely different. You are kind of aware when you wake up that you have these strong memories of these nightmares that you had of your time not too long ago back in this underground waterfall cave with all of the Kuatoa that had been kind of led astray by this cult. And you're just overwhelmed with these visions of sickly, dying Kuatoa. You are just, you know, when in Ren and Stimpy or in SpongeBob, where they do those sudden cutaways to the hyper-realistic paintings, and everything is just too detailed and too grotesque and too realistic. It's
Yes.
kind of just like sequence after sequence after sequence of that. It's just these ultra grotesque, kind of indulgently morbid images of sickly Kuatoa. And as they get worse and worse and worse, you see that the color begins to drain from their skin until the blues and greens and stripes and natural patterns eventually all just give way to this ghostly bright white. Likewise, the color of their eyes changes from the natural whites and yellows and sometimes pinks or blues to just this bloodshot, and then not even bloodshot, just totally soaked red, like you would see in an albino rat or something like that. But then the pictures begin to kind of merge into this collective. You start to see images of Kuatoa shoulder to shoulder, 3 together at first, looking at each other, blinking, all white with red eyes, and then 6, and then 12. And you notice that these new Kuatoa, all white with red eyes, appear to be healthier. They appear to stand strong. They don't have rot or decay. And although they're silent, they appear healthy, and they appear aware of each other, and they appear distinctly aware of you. And it's not really sure how you get that feeling. It's a dream. It's a little hard to explain. But you just get the sense that they seem aware of you. They seem connected with you somehow. And although they don't say anything about it, there's almost an aura of... Boy, it's hard to tell if it's thankfulness or blame. But they seem to associate you with the sudden lack of color and also the lack of disease. And it's just this very curious, poignant, but inexplicable series of images that flash through your dreams until you're eventually woken up for your shift by whoever was on the previous shift, rattles you awake.
Was I able to like wave at them in my dream, or was it like one of those dreams where like it's vivid but you can't control yourself?
Give me a charisma check. I know, but give me a shot. We'll
Can
see
I
how
give
it
you an
goes.
intelligence check because this is all about your mind?
I'd allow a wisdom check. It's not so much knowledge.
That's actually better.
Sure, okay.
Okay, well, can I even use inspiration because I might as well use it now?
Sure, go for it.
Why? Why?
Oh no. No, it's very much kind of a passive dream. It almost feels more like you're being given privy to something. It feels less interactive and more like something has come to you. Something wanted to see you or try to make sense of you somehow, rather than expose itself to you and be available and open for question. Uh, it does feel supernatural. You remember it very clearly in the morning. But that's all you remember.
Yeah, since you made the SpongeBob reference, all I can think of them is like just talking like Doodle Bob now.
Ahoy, Benoit.
Perfect. You guys do get a rest, and it is finally no longer Thursday. Nordo, what's up? I assume you have something on your watch.
Yeah, just to chat with Leah on my watch.
Absolutely.
Which I assume final watch, because Nordo gets up early and wants to make breakfast, but doesn't have anything with him, so he just eats dry rations. And he gets a sketchbook out and does a little sketch of the Pleiades from the view from that window.
Absolutely.
And then he'll kind of talk to Leah if she wasn't already sitting there. He'll go find her.
Yeah, she's easy enough to find. She's been spending a lot of her time on the ship, kind of getting things cleaned up a little bit, doing her best to kind of. She's actually got a. She asked if she can borrow some paper and a pencil, and she's making a list of things that'll need to be replaced, things that were stripped from the ship and either destroyed or, not found here. Just kind of taking inventory for what it's going to take to get this thing back up and running.
Cool. I'll kind of climb up the side of the ship and find her doing that and hand her the paper she needs. Says, there's a whole lot missing. Is it in all right shape? I don't know nothing about ships, but don't look too bad.
Well, the hull's there, the engine's there. Most of the rest is furnishings, nothing that we can't fix with a week or two in port. The big problem, and she kind of looks up to this bubble that you guys have started collapsing all around you, is the balloon. The balloon itself, no big deal. A little expensive, but, well, I don't have money, but it seems that you guys do. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, getting the balloon is not the hard part. We would need something to fill the balloon with, though, and that could be very difficult. I'm actually a little curious what happened to the elemental that was in here. We were... I don't know if friends is the right word for it. It's an elemental, but when you were with the orcs, I'm sure you had war buddies. People you could count on.
Yeah. Yeah, there were several. Cal, I look forward to introducing you to. He was like a brother to me back in those days. And then there was Regat. He was the one that taught me how to fight. We before we found you, we had a ship kind of like this too that we found up in the hills. Had an elemental that powered it. No, he wasn't exactly a friend. I ended up letting him go.
You let it just like into the wild.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like it was right keeping them all cooped up and driving them around like a slave, making them carry us around. Not that stopped me for doing it for weeks and weeks and months, but finally got the chance. I let him out.
She looks a little pensive, a little almost kind of perplexed. I guess I don't know, I guess we were all slaves. I never really thought that. I wonder if it's happier out there then.
I can't speak for what your fellow was like, but Sundowner sure seemed happy to go. He never seemed real pleased working with us, near as we could tell from talking to him, and as soon as we cut him loose, he was gone in a flash.
They definitely do that. Did you? Most of what you did was on land. I don't suppose you've been in a lot of ship-on-ship combat, things like that?
Not a whole lot. Ever since I got caught up with these people and all this, we've done some fighting on our ship with either monsters or other ships on a couple occasions. Not a whole lot.
I see. It's kind of an unusual tactic because, funny as it sounds, the bubble or the balloon is usually actually one of the most well-defended parts of an airship. It has to be. It's vital that it stays in good shape. But it's called a pop when you manage to get one open, and one of the main reasons you do it is because when when that beastie gets free, it's usually not happy. But no, it seems that they usually take off in a flash and take most of the crew with them. The fact that you made it out okay from that is impressive.
Yeah, I was a little worried it was going to go worse, but I think he was ready to just be on his own, wasn't looking for another scuffle. Sorry, well, I guess it depends what we find, if there's enough coral over there, but I was hoping we'd be able to get your ship back up to the surface so you could have it back. Sorry, it seems like maybe it's going to have to stay down here a little while longer.
It's I mean, it's all right. It's in one piece. That's better than I was expecting, and honestly, I really appreciate that you guys are even taking the time to get it out of this acid. That means a lot. I'm sure it'll survive until we're able to come back and get it.
Of course, I can tell it's important to you. I know it came from a part of your life that you'd rather have back, but
You've got your axe, and I've got the ship. After a while, it just becomes you.
you know, when I first set out from the monastery, Nora kind of looks down at his axe and kind of runs a finger along the side of it. I had kind of resolved that I was gonna put all this orcish stuff behind me and put that way of fighting in the past and never use this axe again and learn how to fight with a quarterstaff of all things. Kind of like Vasudeva uses.
Like like an elf or something?
Something like that. Well, this axe has done a whole lot of evil, and I guess what I've learned is you can't really just put a part of yourself in the past. Just gotta do something better with it. Balance the scales, like Moda always says.
I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe it's a little shallow of me, but the way I see it, it's just an axe. It's just a ship. Tool can't be evil any bit more than it can be good. It's what you do with it. You find the thing that's most comfortable to you, and you figure out how to do something different with it.
Yeah. I'm starting to figure that out. You were always a little smarter than me, and that's that sort of thing. Well, try to see if I can scrounge up something to eat. That was quite a lot of stuff we learned in there from that lady. I felt like I couldn't really understand about half of what she was saying, but it's pretty tall talk.
It is a lot of tall talk. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it is true, but I mean, I know there's been all sorts of theories about why the world is the way it is and why everything's so dangerous and why we keep finding old ruins and stuff, but I've also heard a lot of tall tales that ended up just being tall tales. I don't know. I don't know what to make of a whole lot of it. A lot's changed in the past week, and I guess my head's still spinning.
Yes. Mine too. Truth is, I've got this Tarrasque blood apparently, and we're balancing elements and finding cities that have been buried 1,000 years and killing demon queens, and all I really want to do is just go the fuck home to you and Kyle and start over. Guess we can't really do that till we fix these problems, though.
I mean, maybe. Maybe it doesn't have to be our problem.
Seems to me it will be one way or another. Besides, I owe it to everyone, Moat especially. I wouldn't be here. I would never set foot out that monastery without him, and I think he needs me to help him with this element stuff. I don't know why, but when we was at that god shell, that something spoke to me even before I touched the heart and told me I was meant to touch it. Don't know why me, and I don't know why Anton and all them is so interested in getting me back. Must be something to it. Don't expect us. We could just go on and live in peace at our home if we just went back there and tried to bury our heads.
Your lizard lady did say something about perpetuating a war between these elementals or something. I don't know. I'd buy it. I mean, I'm sure you've seen these fleets. They're all powered on those elementals. I don't know where they get them all, but I know they've got some sort of affinity for it. It'd make a lot of sense that they'd want to, keep their people in charge. I don't really understand a whole lot of it, but whatever happens, I'll be here. I'll help out as best as I can. I know there's not much I can do without all my old powers and stuff, but I can at least, tag along. Try to see if I remember anything useful here and there.
If we can get your ship back up and running and get its lightning trick going again, as long as you know how to do that, we might need as many ships as we can get if we're going to fight off Anton and all his fleet. Anyhow, hopefully I can put an axe in him for too long, and then going home will be a real option.
That sounds real great.
Go ahead and light up a little tobacco pipe and try to scrounge up some breakfast. I doubt there's literally anything edible down here.
I was gonna say, not a whole lot unless you're.
Surrounded in fish.
I mean, you could potentially do some weird fishing techniques down here, but either way, I'm sure you guys have at least rations to work with for a short time. Ace, what's up?
All right. So while Nordo is scrounging around, Ace just like pops down from the ceiling. Next to him, Nordo.
Oh fuck! He's Jason.
He's like hanging by his feet from the ceiling. I need your help.
All right. Hey, don't scare me like that, little orc. I'm apt to swing on somebody that just pop up like that. But what you need, little orc?
Can you draw me a picture that I described?
I'll do my best. I usually draw things I've seen before, but I can try work off of description.
All right. I had a weird dream last night, and I described to him the Kuatoa thing that I saw.
Okay.
Hi, do you take commissions? I'd like to commission a ref sheet. I don't have any references myself, but I'm going to describe it to you.
Do you do requests?
Give an exposure.
All right. Give me some sort of an art check with, I guess, Ace could give me an investigation check. This seems like an investigation sort of thing. You're basically trying to do a profile of somebody.
Wow. Why am I rolling such shit? I rolled a 3. Today's not the day for me to roll well, guys.
That's okay, as long as it doesn't kill you.
Right.
You guys begin to sit down and talk through this dream, and again, because it's kind of a dreamy, aloof thing, there are details that become hazy, but Ace You do have a remarkably clear memory of this dream, including some of the details. And when you start to see Nordo start drawing things out, you begin to realize, like, no, that's not right. That's not right. This should be longer. This should be taller. This should be wider. And you're eventually able to settle on a fairly reasonable drawing of just a large group of all white Kuatoa with brilliant red eyes. And a thing that is common across all of them, and a thing that you remember only once they begin drawing, is they all have a feature that you don't actually remember seeing on any of the Kuatoa back in that last cave. They all have these kind of almost mustache-like side fins right by the middle of their noses. So like if they had their eyes like this and they're looking straight at you and they got their like nostrils here, they all have kind of these weird side fins at the sides of their nostrils.
Are they mudkips?
Kind of, but they're farther down the snout. They're not like on the cheeks. They're kind of like just past the nostrils.
Gotcha. At first, I couldn't see what you were drawing, so I just assumed that you were just in person, just showing us on your face where this was at. And I was really confused.
Yeah. But yeah, that is a notable thing that you kind of are able to hammer out with Nordo as you're reconstructing some of these drawings, is they all seem to have that in common.
Do I know anything about Kuatoa that have this, like, genetic feature?
Oh, God.
They are humanoids, aren't they not?
They are. You could give me a history check. Nope. You are aware that, like, I mean, it can be a variant. It's not typically considered to be a super common variant, and you don't really know, of any specific cultures or areas where it's more prominent.
Gotcha.
Just, you said you just had a dream about this.
Yes.
Anything else?
I don't know. It kind of felt like they could see me. And they were either really happy or pissed. I couldn't really tell.
You don't suppose it has anything to do with them Kuatoa, what we fought back in Scampy Bay, do you?
Well, those Kuatoa didn't have that fin there.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Also, recap, like you did say that they started off having color, and then they were like, it was like I took the color from them.
Your initial visions were definitely closer to the ones that you saw back in the cave. It appeared to be sickly Kuatoa, that the right colors and shapes of all the ones that you saw back in that cave. It seems to be when you start doing the reconstructions of these kind of reborn or healed white Kuatoa that you start to notice the prominent fins that are prevalent on all of them.
Maybe I'm reading a little too much into it, but seems like all the monsters that have been touched by the pale night turn this all white color, no matter what their normal color is.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but
maybe there's some Kuatoa somewhere around here what are touched by the pale night. I don't know what they'd be sending you a dream about.
I mean, I don't think I have anything to do with the Pale Mother or the Pale Knight. That's like Flick.
Yeah, but I'm afraid we're all a little bit wrapped up in it now, little Lord.
I guess I'll just stay vigilant. At this point, he releases his talons. It falls from the ceiling because he was hanging from the ceiling the entire time.
Well, if you notice anything squirrely out the corner of your eye, you just holler, I'll be right over.
Can do. If you need anything to be shot, just, I'm your bird.
Right now, I need some damn breakfast. There ain't nothing to eat down here. We're gonna end up having nothing but jerky, and I just can't have that for my family.
It's like we probably should have grabbed fish when we were walking. Oh well.
Can I, move the bubble to strategically drop fish inside the bubble?
Absolutely. Give me, some sort of dexterity check. A dexterity survival check, maybe?
Can I help by tempting fish to the edge of the bubble?
Absolutely.
How do I roll dexterity survival?
I guess just roll me a survival check and then change the modifier so it's using your dexterity instead.
You can roll
Okay.
dexterity and then just add your You know.
Say, if you're not proficient in survival, you can just do a raw dex check.
That's true. Yep.
That works. I want fish. I'm gonna waste my inspiration on it.
Could I also help by just like shooting arrows
Absolutely.
and killing fish?
Yeah, you can go and give me a survival check as well.
Could I just give you a bow check?
It's not just like a single attack roll, it's an activity. Okay. You guys all work together and you have this brilliant plan. Nordo kind of uses his ritual and starts these luring conversations to get fish over to the edge of the bubble. Careful not to get too close himself. And then Flick kind of does this hiding, skulking, slow approach, and then all at once he like springs out and runs over towards where you guys are having the conversation, causing this bubble of air to rapidly engulf and overtake these fish until they flop helplessly onto the seafloor. And Ace is able to catch some of the stragglers with just bow shots, and then also is able to kind of rapidly execute the ones that fall into the seafloor. And the three of you working together are able to actually do some pretty significant deep sea fishing.
See, Leah, I've gotten so much better at fishing. Do you remember that first time we ever went fishing?
I do. It's
Tell us that story.
You should tell it again sometime. I barely remember it. Oh god.
Big red beetle with the pearly white stripes.
So in this, I guess in this case, you're the beetle, and he's got to be the coconut. Okay.
Ace is you in this story.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, that makes sense. But yeah, you guys are able to get a couple of really nice, big old. They're probably actually technically sharks, but they've got just this real nice kind of dense. It's gamey, but it's better than jerky. Deep sea shark steak for breakfast.
Good, I needed that extra D6 on my health.
Would you like some healing?
Oh yeah, I should probably like give Elise our mana back and figure out if
I'm only missing. I'm pretty good now. I've got the scrape on my knee. That's about it.
Slap a Hello Kitty band-aid on it. A Hello Tabaxi.
Does the Hello Tabaxi Band-Aid heal 2 HP? Because that's all I'm missing.
I'm sure Monk can do that for you.
I would say, do you want a 2 HP lay on hands band-aid?
Sure, why
There
not?
you go. I'll just rub your knee. Just rub your knee until it's all better.
Oh, thank you, Mo.
All right.
Anytime.
You guys grab a good breakfast, and I assume you're just getting back to work, popping the top off of this thing. And I'd say that by lunch, you kind of eventually wrap around, and then all at once you hear that one final satisfying splinter as a streak runs all the way across the south side, connecting all these perforations that Gale and crew have made with his tools. And then there is kind of a grinding, crunching noise as the disconnected top half of this bubble just kind of crunches down and slides like an inch off kilter. And if you guys can find some way to like move or displace it somehow, it appears to be free.
Sorry. Is this what they looked like?
Wait, where'd you post it? Oh, hang on. Over here. Oh, no, wait. I don't see it. Where'd you post it?
It's a live stream, Discord.
I actually don't know if you can see it. I'll save it. I was being lazy and didn't
Oh,
save
gotcha. Here we go. Oh my god. That's actually pretty great. It's pretty close.
it.
I
Available
love
for
them.
Milwaukee.
Where?
He's live streaming it on
Hey, Discord stream.
I got you.
Okay, I gotta say, this is kind of like what I always imagined. Like, fuck. Oh my god, did I just forget all of my son's names?
Oh, Epo.
Ukao.
I could see
The
it.
angry one is Ukao.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I imagined Ukao kind of looking like this. I imagined Epo being like a little creepier and ganglier and like, you know, deep sea fish because of
Exactly
the weird
like
Shadowfell corruption.
Love it.
But I love this little fish boy.
Wait,
kooky.
which live discussion?
It's in the Crosswinds Discord, right where we're talking. Drake is live streaming. If you watch his stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I'm gonna close it in 5 seconds.
But yeah, the lid is loose. You guys just need to come up with some way to push it off. Notably, it's pretty fucking heavy. It's 8 inches thick of glass in a dome that is like, what, 70 feet by 60 feet by 45 feet?
Well, don't be back into place at some point. I don't think the mending spell can do that. Huh?
Potentially. I know we're using scaling cantrips. I don't remember what it
Don't-
does.
That big a thing.
Yeah, I can't remember if it ever gets powerful enough to do that. Either way, Gale is an engineer. You guys have several strong people. I assume you're able to come up with some sort of, I don't know, a lift system or something like that to begin to move these things off. If you guys just want to roll some sort of like Tinker's Tools or, I don't know, engineering check of some sort, just to make it official. Or blast it, you know. Although it is several tons of glass.
Still have a stick of dynamite.
Couldn't we just shrink it? Then it wouldn't be as heavy.
Also, Toto is really strong. And Mode is also very strong.
Yeah. Notably, you guys, like, even with all your strong people, like, you're going to need some engineering to help with this. Because, again, it is several tons of glass. But you're able to set up some sort of block and tackle situation, or a lever, or a lift, or something like that. And eventually just kind of peel this thing halfway down so that its weight does the rest. And it tips and lands with a big thud, squelching against the wet, muddy seafloor until it rocks like a turtle on its back. Leaving the top of this building totally exposed to the air bubble provided by Flick, and then the deep sea above it. Ooh, that'll do it. Does have a 500-pound weight limit, but I'll assume that you can apply it in like chunks or something like that, or break it up into pieces if needed.
Oh shit, it does.
It does. Either way, yeah, breaking it up into chunks or something like that, you're able to figure it out. We'll say that by probably 3 in the afternoon, the ship is free.
Alright, we ready to take this over to the cove? I reckon so. Now, I believe the plan still is, since Flick was definitely here when we planned it, that Flick's gonna stand on Leah's ship with his aura, and we're gonna use Crescent King with its own magic aura. Somebody else captaining it.
They're not captaining it, they're borrowing it.
Poor choice of words. Says the captain to the admiral.
I dig that captain's coat I stole from some pirate we beat up in, like, I think session 3, and I put it on. This is my inventory.
I mean, the
It's the
slave
thing I
is
noted, and I say, look at me. I'm the captain now. And I'm taking your boat. Backsies.
You know, I can just tell the king to go, and it'll go without me having to watch it.
Where's the fun in that?
Problem solved, man. Flick will
Well-
captain both ships.
No, it's fine. I never wanted to be a captain or nothing anyway.
Worry about it, like what if, you know, something.
I just want to fly everywhere all the time. It's not, physically or emotionally taxing on me ever.
Yeah, it's because passengers are not a thing.
All right.
But sometimes I want to be a passenger, but still kind of be in charge. Look, at least let me hold the steering wheel and pretend I'm doing something.
You can borrow my admiral hat if you want.
You can pretend, and I'll let her. If an emergency, you can steer with the helm, but You don't have to.
There,
All hell
If you weren't
Captain
the man
Bosco.
you were, I'd kiss you. Captain Vasu. There's a good ring to it, don't you think?
No.
You can all call me Captain from now on.
Perfect. All right, let me get a couple.
No, it's okay, Nomad. It'll grow on you.
Of,
I just do not know what a ringing sound comes from this name.
let me get a couple of vehicles checks to kind of get this plan in motion.
It does
Well,
sound pleasant, though.
I don't have vehicles proficiency. I should probably not be a captain of anything.
You can be the figurehead. Literally
I
and
take a hold of the
metaphorically.
wheel. I take a hold of the wheel, and I'm like, oh,
I'll just
Jeez,
stand
it's
under
like,
Vasu and take the wheel from underneath.
wait, turn this thing to go left.
All right.
Oh God, it's like tank. Oh God, it's like tank controls. I can't do this. I'm sorry.
Over the course of maybe 35, 45 minutes, you guys are able to lash the ships, get them set up so that the Crescent King is towing the Black Zephyr, and Flick, when everything is ready and set into motion, you begin to climb the mast of the Crescent King up towards the Crow's Nest, which is conveniently almost exactly 60 feet above its buoyancy line. And as you climb, you see that the deep sea water begins to kind of creep and crawl around towards the bottom edge of the ship, and once you're high enough, the bottom of your air bubble begins to kind of lift up against the bottom of the ship. There is a kind of squelching, freeing noise that is pulled free of the tethers of this acidic goo, which begins to kind of rapidly swirl and twist and kind of form these bizarre protein-like strains as they're exposed to the deep, salty sea water. But then the ship lurches free and begins to kind of rise naturally on its own because of the buoyancy of the water. And you quickly realize that it is going up past the Crescent King. But you wisely, with the 22, are able to kind of lower yourself a bit so that the buoyancy drops until you're able to get it to almost a perfect levitating state. Notably, in order to do this, you kind of have to be like halfway up the rigging, and it's a little bit awkward.
Stay in the mast. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not able to kind of like be comfortably up in the crow's nest. You do have to be on the rigging, but it's something that you're comfortable with. You've done this sort of thing plenty, and you're able to get it to a point of kind of neutral buoyancy. And then Gale is able to make sure that everything is tethered correctly and work with everybody above the Crescent King, with your orders and your guidance and your permission, of course, to begin towing. And you guys all begin to kind of drift northeastward from... Actually, you're not there. You're here currently. Upwards over the mountain until eventually you breach free of it and can see the light of the city from over to the northeast. And from there...
As we traverse over the city and near it, I would like to just keep an eye out with the spyglass for any dangers that may approach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll help keep an eye out too.
Look down on the city as well and see if I see anything interesting or of note down there.
All right. Both of you guys give me perception checks.
Can I also do a ping sweep as we're getting closer?
Absolutely. And I'll kind of assume that you're doing radar sweeps, because...
That's what I meant by,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go and give me perception checks, and then Ace, also go and give me a wisdom check.
Just a raw wisdom?
Yep, just flat wisdom. Woo! Alright. Both of you, taking a look around, begin to see a lot more detail in the city as you are able to kind of fly above it from a lot closer. As you're approaching from here, the very first thing that you see is a small cluster of cities protected by a dome. Or cities, a small cluster of building. And within this little small district here, you do see that there are two large towers. And suspended between these two towers is what appears to be a massive kind of brass or copper rectangular frame, almost like a picture frame, except it's fucking enormous. It is probably about 150 feet tall, maybe about 90 feet wide, and it's suspended by an array of chains from between these two towers. They were pointed out to you. They were referred to by name as the Window Towers. And they're one of the very first things that you see as you approach the south side of this. You do see from up here little bits of movement that you hadn't spotted from before. You do see that there are occasionally creatures that kind of crawl through the streets. Most of them look demonic, plagued, pale. Some of them look up at you but are unable to really do anything. Some of them, too, take to the air and begin to fly. None of them really breach free of the force field. They either don't want to or are unable to breach into the deep sea and chase after you. But you do seem to have made at least a few of their scouts aware. Some things are aware of your presence. Nothing terribly large. Most of what you see is just kind of, humanoid-sized demons, maybe a little bigger here and there. Most of that activity is kind of on the western side. To the far west with a 28 and a 29, you would also see there are larger creatures this way within the city. Slower but big fleshy things that look closer to the Deep Mother's abominations, except entirely pallid, and they are within these bubbles. They are not swimming. They seem to be crawling and living within the city. To the east, it looks mostly dead. You do see that there's still some of that kind of white creeping growth along the bottom edges of some of the buildings, but it's much cleaner over to the east, and also much quieter. You don't see any signs of movement. Likewise, to the northeast, it seems to be mostly empty. You don't really see a whole lot of signs of movement to the northeast beyond here. However, with your nat 20 in your wisdom check, and as you are doing these repeated pings, Ace, you do notice that there are large creatures all around you, many of which are sea life, but many of which are aberration. And as you begin to do your repeated radar pings, as you kind of pull up and start to go over these force fields, there is a significant presence of aberrations, many of which are focused over towards the northwest, and a lot of them seem to be heading in your direction pretty rapidly. Something to the tune of maybe 25 to 30 aberrations to the northwest and closing, and then just all around you in like a mile radius, maybe about 100.
Gotcha. Quick question.
Yep.
Since the ship is moving, so I have the steady eye thing, which is like if I move no more than half my movement speed, I get advantage on perception checks.
Yeah.
So do I get advantage on that perception check?
Like you're on a moving ship, but you're holding still, you're focusing.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and roll again just to see what happens.
Sure.
Okay, it didn't matter.
Yep.
You never know.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a stretch. But you said there were some monsters that spotted us and either couldn't or didn't want to leave the bubbles. Can I tell if it's they can't leave the bubble, they aren't able to swim in this water, or is it they just saw us and took note of it and went about their day?
Give me an insight check. It's going to be difficult. This is a good way away, but you're more reading their movements and behavior than their facial expressions. With an insight of 22, it kind of seems that they treat you more like a curiosity than something that needs to be hunted down and dealt with. You've definitely caught their attention. It's strange to see ships under the water and passing by so close. But none of them are super hostile. It's not like they are, beating at the sides of this force field trying to get to you. It's just clear that a lot of them are trying to get a closer look. With a 28, though, and looking in that direction, and Ace would see this as well, you do notice that several of them, after a few minutes of kind of gawking as your ship starts to crest over, almost directly over these two towers, a lot of the creatures that had flown up to get a better look at you suddenly kind of retreat down towards the cover of the building. And both of you start to see several large shapes illuminated by these domes moving in your direction. And when I say large, I mean the size of blue whales or bigger.
That ain't good.
Some of them appear to be squid things, some of them appear to whale things. There's some sort of, looks like a giant alligator of some sort, a couple of large eels, all of which are kind of tipped with pale white skin.
Don't suppose this thing goes any faster, does it?
Did anyone happen to give us water breathing this morning?
Don't think so.
I would have.
Oh, right, Gail has it.
Yeah, and it's a ritual, so.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't drown.
Yeah.
I'm sure the crushing death would kill us first, but
Can I turn the spyglass around towards this ravine and see if I see big giant coral?
Sure. Go and give me another perception check.
Feck,
Did
you do that spell I asked for specifically?
I did. The one that I sent you?
The cannon.
Oh, the
The
cannon
one
one.
I said to prioritize because I get that.
I thought I was supposed to prioritize the transfer one. Hang on, let me go take a
No,
look.
if you scroll up, you'll see I asked to prioritize the 6th level one.
Okay, then give me just a second. Hang on.
Made specifically for these sort of instances.
Okay. I will say that I will temporarily allow it for now, but I might revisit it. But for now, you can
Okay, cool.
can have it.
Can Ace tell me how far they are? And
Oh,
are they within visual range?
I thought you were gonna shoot me out of a cannon. I was so excited for a second.
Well, this is a good test for this ability. Does it work exactly as I suggested? For now, until you fix it. We'll say this is stress testing.
For the time being, it will work as it is currently written right there. I cannot promise that it will stay that way.
I know.
But sure.
Okay. Oh, cool! This thing can teleport. Has this teleported yet?
It has not.
No, it has not.
Okay, cool. Then I can expend 1 6th level spell slot without worrying how we're gonna get back home.
I feel like we might need it, though.
It is also worth mentioning that although you are towing a ship, a towed ship is not cargo.
Aww.
Yeah. We have to get this ship to the cavern at least and go through the coral. Then you can teleport us back to Seattle. That's what I was thinking.
I have to be able to see it. It doesn't just go
Right.
where I want it to go.
I say you have to. It has to be somewhere you can see from the
Oh,
bow
that's
of
a
the.
shame.
We go to the moon.
Can you scry on the place and teleport to it?
I think you have to physically be able to see it from the helm.
Yeah, as long as there are no obstructions in a straight line from the Crescent King to his destination, is a pretty big barrier.
Oh yeah, no, but I mean like when we're topside. If you scry on something and then ask this thing to teleport, considering there's nothing in the way, does that count?
Your understanding of the way the magic item works is that when it says it can be seen from its helm, it means like it could naturally be seen
from its helm.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's not just can be seen. But what if you're on the helm and you cast scrying?
No, you get the sense that that's not how it works.
You get the sense, DM, that the wording says you just have to be on the helm.
I have gotten him to say that I could teleport to the moon, so
Yeah, you can teleport
see it from the helm.
You can teleport to the moon because
Can you see Seattle?
You can see the moon from the helm.
Neat.
And then you can see Seattle from the moon.
Can you?
Yep.
Yeah, we saw that from the moon. I have not ironically considered that might be our best way to Firebird's Roost is to go to the moon and then use.
Yeah.
How
many teleports?
It's only one for long rest, sadly, so we need to do it.
Well.
I was saying we might need it. Like if we actually do go to the moon with it on Saturday night and then go to Firebird's Roost on Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's true.
Or we could go to the sun and just move on.
just be done.
Yeah.
You mean the elemental plane of fire?
Yeah. Ace asks. I mean, Nordo asks. Nomad asks. Sorry. Asks.
Just taking over our characters, are you?
Just all over the place. Ace, what's the direction those aberrations are coming from?
Northwest.
Yep.
How long do you estimate?
At about a 32-degree angle.
Yeah. How long can we estimate they'll arrive to us while we keep going?
Ace has been doing these repeated pings. He rolled a 21 on his kind of like triangulation check. He gets the sense, especially since you guys can see them approaching, that they're going to be on your ship in about 8 minutes.
Okay, cool. Mode?
Yeah, what's up?
I am going to attempt a rather unstable spell that I have been working on.
Oh, thank God. I'm so excited.
And for this, I require your stability.
Yeah, whatever you need. I'm here for you.
Excellent. Can anyone cast Bless?
I can.
Excellent. You're everything I need for this. So we can see those aberrations heading toward us, right?
With the use of the spyglass, Nordo and Ace are able to see shapes in the distance, yes, illuminated by these
Okay,
force
cool.
fields.
Cool. Let's wait a minute until they're a little closer so I can see them.
Can do. And then do I
Cool.
see the coral at all?
Right.
We're not close enough yet.
Let's see, with the 29, it is vaguely illuminated by the force fields around it. You can see that there is a lot of sea life in that coral, including some large creatures in there. You do see that there are bioluminescent streaks of light down there in shades of blue and pink, some of which appears to be either coral or anemones or things like that, yes.
And those are the colors that the fish told me to look for.
Yep.
Can I tell at our current speed how long it's going to take us to get to those?
Yeah, between your perception checks and also just the good sailing rolls earlier. Let's see. It would be about 18 minutes of sailing at your current speed.
Cool.
wow.
Are they gaining on us?
They're going to be at you in about 8 minutes, and they also seem to be moving to cut off. Like they're looking to
Gotcha.
cut you off, yes.
Say,
Okay.
Nordo put a spyglass and be like, I don't know if we're going to make it there before they get here. I might need a new
That's
plan.
fine. In about 3 minutes, I'm gonna ask Moat to cast Bless on me, and then I'm going to attempt to cast this spell.
All right.
Please protect me, or we will die.
3 minutes begin to go by.
We're not dying. I'm unkillable.
Uh,
Oh, spell might kill us.
God, I can't wait to see how this goes.
Okay, so it costs a 6th level spell slot. Let me see what that is, real quick. That is
7.
9 points.
It's 9 at 6.
Yeah, 5th level spell is 7 points. Can I put myself on the screen just so I can easily subtract points?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. Ah, no, the entire screen. I can't seem to drag myself. Oh, there I am. Thank you. Okay, so -9. And I'll put the green circle as the counter of how many dice or whatever is in it. Okay, that's my first round, and I have to make a con save. I can't fail, thanks to Moat. So I can't fail for 1, 2, 3, 4 for 7 whole rounds.
All right, so another minute and 10 seconds or so go by. That would put you guys about here. It is at this point that one of the faster moving creatures gets within maybe probably about 900 feet. This one up here. You can see it's one of the faster moving ones. It appears to be a very large kind of orca-like creature, but it's lankier and skinnier, almost like a dolphin, and it just has teeth all the way that protrude out from its top jaw and then poke out its sides and down the side of its length all the way around it, just kind of bisecting it in half. And then again, the rest of the swarm is catching up as well.
Can I see the largest cluster of swarm? Let me just check something real quick.
By the way, over the course of this minute, tell us what's happening.
Let me do some calculation first.
Perfect.
I just love the image of Nordo just hiding in his shell, rocking along with the boat as it sways. Nomad starts working on some fucky sounding magic.
Yeah.
And Nordo's like, eh.
Okay. So, over the course of 1 minute, you see Nomad put his shield away and use both hands in front of him, almost like in prayer, and then he separates it just an inch, and a tiny point between his palms starts glowing. First, his palms kind of judder and get pushed outward like something is trying to escape his grasp, and he squeezes it back together. This glowing purple sphere compressing and compressing. And every 6 seconds, he expends more magic, and the sphere grows brighter, more violent. There's visual strain, and you can hear him breathing. It's difficult. It sounds like. But that's only because of the dark ring. And he thinks he has to save what remaining mana he has left. So what's the largest point that he can see that can hit
So I've got it mapped
a
out here.
400 radius of creatures?
So I got it mapped out here to scale. That green line is 1,000 feet. The closest thing is about 800 feet away. Everything else, every other pink dot, is some sort of terrible abomination.
Cool.
You said it was a 400-foot radius?
Yeah, let me check the thing I sent you real quick to confirm. I might have written wrong. I think it's radius though.
Shit, how do I unraise my hand?
I can get it.
Okay.
There we go.
I misread the situation and I thought I needed to defend myself very quickly. And this is a cool idea, a possibly funky idea, you may say, that may come into play later. Hypothetically speaking, you know that cool thing I can do where I like hide in my lamp?
Yeah.
Can it like is what like it's putting my lamp in my bag of holding as I hide in it like. What's that like? Can I do that?
Potentially, you could like set your bag of holding down, put the mouth of it open, hold your lamp over the open mouth of the bag of the holding, and then whoop into it, and then presumably gravity would do the rest for you, right?
Yeah.
That sounds like a great idea.
But then the bag of holding is just sitting on the deck of the ship.
Or I could have Shu put the lamp in the bag of holding and then close her eyes and think of England.
Exactly.
Which direction are we headed?
You guys are headed northeast currently, kind of heading towards that chasm is the goal.
Cool. So the largest cluster. Let me make a 400 radius circle.
There you go. It's that green circle.
Ooh. It is.
Wait, 400 radius?
Yes, 400-foot radius.
Then let's see.
It'd be about that size, right?
There you go. That's about right.
Okay, cool. I'd like to put it in the largest cluster that would be hitting us, that would like stop us getting there.
These 3 up here, that'd buy you a lot of time. You might be able to do these 3 here.
I think it would be this one because they're the closest.
Alright, and the range on this is like, fuck you, right?
It's anywhere I can see.
Okay. Alright. How much mana have you poured into this?
35.
Okay.
Including the initial. Yeah, I'm almost out. Almost out. I have to release it now or it'll kill us.
Okay.
Basically, it's what I'm saying.
Okay. This has been a fun experiment. I cannot wait to tweak this later, but I'm glad I allowed it for now.
I just want to see what the untweaked version will do.
Alright. Are you firing it?
Yeah.
Alright.
So in the end, you see Nomad, like the magical energy reaches this like boiling point, and the cuttlefish like light display he usually gives off when he casts magic, it starts to fade like he's running out of juice. He flickers like a candlelight or a lamplight, And then he clasps his palms together, and the sphere vanishes. In the distance, this huge cluster here
Everything kind of goes
explodes.
quiet for a moment. And then everything seems to almost grow dark. And you realize that there's just this faint sliver, piercing light that runs from where Nomad was just holding this orb to this point off in the distance. Just like a razor, a thin wire of light that gleams so bright it seems to darken everything around it. And it appears for just a moment and then disappears. And then there is just this distant cavitation, this ball of white that suddenly erupts, explodes. You can see this wave of bubbles that just thunks out in this enormous field. All three of these aberrations that were swimming quickly to cut you off are just kind of... Go and roll damage for me. Yeah. Just kind of turned to red paste that is blown in all directions, but then immediately cavitates back in as the explosion implodes on itself, causing this swirling, terrible mess of water. You can actually feel the ship rock into it and then back away from it and then kind of sway violently as the water in all directions it kind of tosses you about, even with your kind of bubble of protection, your air. You see that several of the other aberrations that were heading in that way begin to kind of divert south to avoid whatever the fuck that was. But don't seem really swayed by the threat of death. They just seem to want to go around it because they don't understand it. And continue to kind of give chase down this way. This one starts to move this way. The ship is able to kind of proceed a little bit because you have made an opening. However, you do see that there is one creature that is now rapidly gaining on you, probably about 400 feet off the port side.
The rest of us can deal with that closest one. I'm almost out of mana.
Alright. This was a battle map I wasn't expecting, so give me a second.
Yeah, whenever they get within 600 feet, I can just start sniping them.
Hell yeah.
Except water is in your way.
Oh yeah, water would make it difficult.
Well, I'm not. I'm a sharpshooter though. So how does that affect it?
So any ranged attack that is going through water is automatically done at disadvantage up to the short range and fails past the short range, I think.
Yeah, automatically misses target beyond the normal.
What about magic like Eldritch Blast? Would Eldritch Blast be even affected by it?
I don't believe it is affected at all.
Well, I have Flick's hand crossbow. I don't remember how far they go, but I have that to use.
I
Is
think
it only
It'll be like 80 feet in the water.
Yeah, they're shorter than the longbow.
There's
This
the
is
entirety
very
of
sad.
underwater combat rules right there.
That being said, I think crossbows aren't affected by that.
Yeah, crossbows aren't.
Crossbows and a javelin and a trident.
Yeah, and apparently also if you have a swim
Should work,
speed,
too.
you could just use any weapon, any melee weapon with it, and it'd be fine.
Oh, nice. So crossbows
Also
are
a bomb.
unaffected.
Crossbows are functionally just harpoons.
Yeah. This looks like Ace would have disadvantage using his longbow at all and automatically miss beyond normal range. Although I don't know how a sharpshooter affects that. It's not
I don't think
explicitly
it does.
stated there, but yeah, I don't know that I would rule that it would either, because like it's more
I would
about
just-
aim,
I-
less about like, making the arrow travel through water better.
The spell is unnamed.
Gale, do you have an extra gun?
No. I only have my biggering gun.
We might need that too.
I do have these daggers of dragon slaying. I have this magic wand.
Am I the only one who came underwater prepared to fight underwater?
I have a hand crossbow, so that's as prepared as
You have
prepared as
my
I got
hand
this.
I do.
I have
your
ball
hand.
bearings. I have a crowbar.
I fight with a spear.
Also,
Can-
technically, none of us
does
planned
it
to come
return?
underwater.
ready for this.
Can we not just teleport the Crescent King and get out of here?
I don't think we can see far enough.
No.
Just
We're nearly there. We just need to fight off this one big one.
I was gonna say we can see the spot, but we would lose Leah's ship. It would just like fall into the city, and also we only have one monster on us now.
Yeah. We
Here's
know
what
that
these
they at
other-
least have less than 210 HP. Less than 213.
Give me
Those ones.
just out of curiosity. Give me a couple perception checks, two of you.
I can help.
The best of us, please.
God,
Oh,
I cannot roll
Oh
check
my
for you.
gosh.
Ace, as you were watching with glee as Nomad tests his godly powers, you do notice that one of the three creatures that is blown back by this explosion is kind of blown into the bubble of the force field protecting the city, and then their gravity takes over. There is a rain of blood that rains down over that part of the city, and chunks of giant whale flesh. In other words, you get the sense that when a creature is kind of blown through this force field, they can no longer swim. It is air and gravity takes over.
Oh, can they get even close to us? We have a field of air.
You guys do have a field of air.
40-foot field of air.
60 foot. Oh yeah, it's 40 foot because it's the Crescent King, but still 60 feet to you.
Oh right, I forgot we have 2 fields of air.
I still got to draw the other ship now?
So we're probably like mostly fine.
Unless
Yeah.
they get through the bubble and fall
Like,
on us.
yeah,
Then
like
we're
land the ship.
Let's not let them
Continues.
get on top of us.
Their alternative is we could go down into the city so they couldn't come after us, but that seems riskier than just hoping our air bubble holds. I guess Nordo would probably be back on Leah's ship with Fliek.
I'm wherever Nomad is.
Actually, no, I'm not sure if he's been keeping watch with the spyglass. He'd be up front.
No, that's true. I said it was on Flick's ship when this all started. I guess I can just climb across the ropes to get to Nomad to do his spell thing. Or Bless has a range on it. I can cast her from Flick's ship.
Vasu, what's up?
Okay. My Discord kind of cut out for a bit. Right? Some enemies, some aberration.
Yeah,
Possibly.
there's about like 9 of them that are coming up on your southwest, and one that is cutting you off from up ahead.
Oh, it continues. Up ahead.
We have a circle tool back.
The ship's not a circle.
That's fair.
It has a radius. It is by definition a circle.
Yeah, that's fair too. It's got a radius.
Oh shit, it does. You're right. Oh well, okay.
Can you just make an icon and make an aura?
Not anymore. Deed's been done. Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Vasu. I'm only hearing things here and there. I heard that you were asking about the monsters that are approaching. Yeah. So jumping back over to the strategy map. All the pink dots are monsters. There's one that is right up on you, and then there are others that are gaining on you from behind and will almost certainly catch up to you soon.
As long as we do not stop, we should be fine.
Toklo has to watch Nordo die, I will never forgive myself.
Oh, like make a wave.
Ooh, okay.
Also, since the Crescent King flies and it's floating in a bubble, wouldn't the pressure of the water make it so we could fly up to the surface at like ungodly speeds?
Please don't science this, Ace. But also, yes.
I mean, our lungs would explode, but like we'd be, it'd be fine.
Or we all end up looking like blobfish.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead and give me like your choice of intimidation or performance check, or even just kind of a spellcasting check to try to create something intimidating.
Guess you forgot to level his cantrips forever ago. God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Is it you?
It was me.
You were shooting 3 Eldritch Blasts.
But I didn't level up my booming blade, so it wasn't
Oh, make
an
it
extra
stronger.
D8. Yeah.
When did that level up?
So,
What levels are though?
5 and
cantrips-
11.
Yeah, 5, 11, 17. 2 away. So these things appear to be almost entirely unswayed by threats of intimidation and force. Even seeing 3 of their, I guess, companions just torn to shreds by this magical nuke that Nomad had created, seem to continue to give chase, not really caring too much for their own lives. You see this madness in their eyes, this pale fury, as they've just been stricken with frenzy. All the same, it does convert your wraps over and give you the new elemental attunement. It would be an initiative, but we are not quite into initiative just yet. I know, I'm so sorry. It is strictly like a combat thing, though. It's a meta resource. I'm realizing I don't have any good tokens for dolphins. We're gonna do this thing.
Evil dolphins?
Evil dolphin.
Goomba?
That's the saddest looking one, though. Why would you make it?
Weird
Oh
Goomba.
my.
We're gonna turn it on its side, and we're gonna make it real long.
It's long. The long fin.
That's perfect.
Really, really perfect.
Okay.
I hate it.
Remember when this campaign started, we were all so excited that Vec had sprites. Now
I
he's just
still
here
am.
stretching out his Goomba to simulate dolphins.
We found out that he only had like 8.
Yeah.
It's
Spoiler
still
alert.
really exciting for the record.
I found a collection of like 120. And if it's not in that collection and I didn't think to make it ahead of time, it's not happening. Alright. Pull this thing up. I'm almost ready. I swear. This was not quite how I expected this to go, but I'm into
Is
it.
this accurate?
Ooh, God, kind of. It doesn't have any
Except
tentacles,
it's
this
not
one,
holding.
at least.
Yeah, it's not a chemist.
So imagine an all-white hybrid between a dolphin and an orca, so kind of like a manatee or a porpoise or something like that. Except
An
it's
orca is a big dolphin, to be fair.
excellent. Except it's got long teeth like a sawtooth shark, and when it gets to the edge of the mouth, it just kind of keeps going, poking through the sides of the cheek and then all the way down the length of it until it gets to the tail. It's just kind of got teeth all along the side of it, the side midpoint.
Moby Dick with extra teeth. Got it.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Sorry. What? What's initiative rolled?
Not yet. I'm just about to. Okay.
Cool. And no one has any hero points yet so
Yep.
far, right?
Not yet, just because we haven't done any combat.
This is the first time we're gonna try it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And hero points are what used to be the
Rebound points,
rebound
kind
points.
of.
Yeah.
Or a little different.
A little bit different.
You gotta do funky stuff. It's pinned in the telegram.
Funky.
Funky. I'm gonna try to find something funky to do on my turn, I'll tell you that, because I can't attack this thing.
Tried, but it apparently wasn't fun.
You didn't wait for your turn. It's a combat resource.
Frisk one of these.
These are
Risk.
aberrations.
These are aberrations. Cool.
Why does this do things for
Why?
me?
Why?
Secretly,
Not the
I knew Follow.
hammerhead so much, but just I don't know.
Great
Like,
white going Kia.
Alright. Now we're in combat. Let's do it. Initiative has been rolled. Flick, you're the first to act. This
We're
thing
in
is barreling
combat.
towards you.
And we're not talking about provocative sharks anymore.
That's provocative.
Okay, how far away are they?
I believe it's 180? Yeah.
I feel like provocative can be a very subjective term.
If anybody does have a longer range attack, you can take I'll just say like 1 round of free attack.
How far?
If you could have attacked it at 300 feet, you can make a round of attacks real quick.
Gotcha.
I don't know if anybody could do that through water. Maybe Ace, but I think the water fucks him over.
No, unless someone has like a heavy crossbow, they can just let me like hold up somewhere.
Okay. Cool. Then we'll
I
just
don't-
start right here.
But I do want
yeah.
to use my fucking chromatic cascade to attack the water and make ice spikes come toward the direction pointing toward them. I don't know if that's funky enough.
Is this something that you would have
That's a
done
cat-
like ahead of time before combat?
Yeah, like that's a cantrip. No, this is like during
Holy
combat,
shit.
right?
Okay, then when we get to your turn on initiative, we'll do that.
There's my roll.
Alright, Flick's turn is up though.
Okay. For the record, the field of energy around the Crescent King, it has a reverse gravity effect currently, so anything that comes towards it will be pushed away.
Perfect.
I'm gonna aim.
Oh
and
wait,
then-
that does mean anything.
Oh, anything including the other ship. Never mind then.
Well, and
not.
and also all of you.
Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing on this ship?
Well, if you're inside the ship, you can just throw people off the deck.
I think. Let
guess.
me double check to make sure I'm not misreading it.
What's the point of throwing your crew off the deck?
You set to either draw objects toward the ship or
Mutiny.
repel objects away from the ship. Yeah, no, that applies to everything.
Okay.
Oh, we'd be yoted.
Well then,
out
never
into
mind.
this-
Let's not do that. I'm just gonna aim and then wait until it's 120 feet away, and then I'll fire.
All right, perfect. I forget why there was a reason that I gave it that function, and I don't remember what it is.
We're
I
probably
would assume
gonna
it's the outside of the force field, so it wouldn't affect anything on the ship.
Yeah.
It'd affect things outside of the ship. That way, if we needed to pull stuff in, it's like a tractor beam kind
Yeah.
of thing.
I am certain that you guys will find the reason that I originally gave it that ability.
Okay. Okay.
Eventually. All right, this thing dashes and gets right up to the edge of this bubble and looks like it's preparing to just kind of breach through and see what happens.
Ice spike.
It starts crashing through some of these ice spikes that you've put up ahead of time. Go and roll me, I guess, like a d6 of piercing.
Sure.
And then that does trigger Flick's ready to action, which then goes off. 18 slams in, 21 follows up is good, 27 is good. All of those are good back to back for 13, 15, and 15.
43.
Hell yeah. This thing does crash through some of the remnant spikes that have been left by your precast chromatic spikes, doing a little bit of damage. But it seems fearless and intent on getting to the meat at the center of this weird air bubble.
You're gonna fall, silly. You're gonna fall and be underneath the ship, and you can't do nothing but drown.
Alright, that brings us to Nordo.
Okay. Boy. Are there any, like, ropes attached to the ship already?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a fully functional ship. You're using several of the tow lines to tow the Black Zephyr, but there's a couple of others that are used for, like, mooring and whatnot.
Terrific. Here's what I'm going to do. Nordo is going to the end of a rope that has a little bit of length to it, and he is going to attempt to do a cool monk shit kickoff of something to sort of swing about 10 feet off the side of the boat and then hopefully lands back on it, just kind of like creating an arc where he swings around off the side of the boat.
Okay.
And as he is swinging, he's going to cast a spell once he gets within 30 feet of the thing.
Sick. Alright, give me athletics or acrobatics.
It's funky, I think.
Oh,
Real bad.
that's not good.
That bad. It's still 12.
It is still 12. Oh boy, though, that's...
Oh. No, I'm just going to live with whatever just happened to me.
Okay. With the 12, you kind of wrap some of the arm around your wrist. You get a running start. What is your normal long jump distance?
It's long on account of being a monk.
A high strength monk.
What's your normal? What is long jump? I need my FEC calculator.
It's your strength score, I believe. Hang on, let me get you.
I think that's right. And mine is 20 feet because I have a strength of 20.
Okay, sick. You wrap it around. You take a running leap, kind of sideways to get a little bit of an arc. 20 feet. The rope catches and you begin to swivel around this way. And you do get within 30 feet, so you can cast the spell.
Outstanding. As I hold on to the rope with one hand, the other hand, I sort of do my gestures, and I focus on the meditation that Vasudeva and I did the other day with Moat.
Fucking excellent. Alright, let's see.
Well done.
Are you kidding? Oh my god, okay. Woo! Oh, it wants to live.
That's so sad.
You begin to lock eyes with this thing, and you can immediately see it has just the same yellow eyes that you've come to expect with the three pupils. And for a moment, you're able to incite this rage, compel it to focus entirely on you. But then your attention is kind of broken because you realize that as you're arcing back around, you're about 8 feet too low to land on the deck of the ship. And you kind of just land with a clunk and a smack against the side of the ship here, taking a little bit of damage. 3 points of bludgeoning damage. And then as soon as you land, unless you have anything to do, you're going to bounce off and then begin to dangle off the side of the ship. You're going to fall.
Did that use all my movement? Do I still have the rope? Can I just, like, climb up?
We'll say that was all just kind of part of the jump. You had to do at least a 10-foot running start, so you've got 20 feet left of your regular, or whatever. You've used 10 feet of movement.
Okay, I still got 40 feet left. Then I'll just try to like, climb back up the side of the boat. Then in that case.
All right. Do you have a climb speed?
I do not.
Okay. Then 20 feet will get you So you begin to climb as this thing kind of rockets down, dangling. I'll say that spending the 20, you would be about 10 feet down from the edge of the ship. So
Okay,
you are now dangling 10 feet down this way.
That has been my bonus action and my movement. I will use my action to just dash the rest of the way up, muttering funky under my breath as I do.
All right, excellent. And yeah, go and give yourself a hero point for all that nonsense.
Thanks. The plan, just so everyone knows, was to get back on the deck of ship and then do shell defense, but can't win them all.
Alright, that'll bring us to Ace.
So is this creature like right on the edge of this field?
It is, and it's kind of paused because that's just how turn-based combat works. But it is dashing full speed, like it intends to just breach through this bubble straight towards the ship.
Gotcha. So I can just use my bow and shoot him then.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to aim, and I'm going to let loose an arrow. Sorry, I'm reading what he says. Like, why do we get a plus D4 to attack?
You're blessed.
Oh, is it still active? I thought it only lasts for like a minute.
Been longer than a minute since Nomad asked me to cast it.
Yeah. No, it's been 7 rounds.
Wait, why is Vasu not
Okay.
on the initiative? Oh, it's because Vasu's not on the map. Hang on.
Oh, what?
Oh, jeez, you forgot me. How could you forget me? Am I not being loud enough?
Alright, let's get you on here.
I apologize.
Is it safe to say that this is a aberration?
It is definitely an aberration.
And then +4 to that, I guess?
Holy shit. Ace, calm
Jeez, Ace.
down.
You go, eh?
Oh my god, okay.
That's actually not very good damage. Look at all those ones.
Yeah, it's kind of a low crit for Ace, but still a
Yeah.
crit. Still impressive.
I'm assuming that this is like, the ocean is dark here, so I can assume that it doesn't need to see with darkness.
Yeah, there is... If you were not shielded by the ship, there would be dim light from the force fields below you, but the surface of the ship is just dark.
I meant more like, does it look like this creature sees with dark vision, or does it seem like it is like
almost certainly.
blind sight?
No, it would... it has eyes.
Alright, well, fuck it. I'll just go ahead and... Well, it's really... How big is it?
It is... about 40 feet long, maybe, I don't know, 8 feet diameter. Probably a little thicker than that.
So, would I be able to cast darkness on it and people still just shoot it because they can still see its body? And them not have... And my allies not have disadvantage?
The radius is 15 feet, right?
I think so, yeah.
Then yeah.
It might have echolocation being an orc and all that.
Yeah, but like, this is air, so it's not really gonna... Echolocation's not gonna work very well with air turning into water.
Bat.
Yeah, but bats are in air, not underwater, trying to scream and hear the surface.
But yeah, I would say like a sphere of darkness is not going to fully envelop it. So your friends would at least be able to see like its fin for the purpose of targeting spells. I think it would cover enough of its body that it would still like count as being hidden for attacks and stuff. But they'd be able to target it for the purposes of spells.
Well, I don't want to be that guy, so I guess I'll leave it alone. But my next attack goes off then.
This is the problem with all darkness related builds. 16 doesn't miss, or doesn't hit. Holy shit. I'm so aroused. Ace actually missed. That one won't, though. There we go. 10 point.
And then I just stand there because I can't move now.
Alright, that brings us over to Moot.
Alright, I will step to the edge of the ship. Can I see either of the arrows that Ace just landed?
Absolutely. One of them landed right in its biggest eye, and is poking out in a terrible contortion way.
Fantastic. Alright, so the holy symbol on my shield is going to start to glow, and the energy will kind of run up my arm for a second. I will hold a hand out and point it towards that arrow and cast a spell.
Oh no!
So did your bless affect all of my attacks or just my first one?
Just the attack roll.
On
But
the
all
first
of
one?
them.
Oh, okay. Then that one is actually an 18 instead of a 16. If that matters.
Yeah, holy fucking shit. Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, there is... most of you guys have kind of adjusted to the darkness down here. So for there to suddenly be 60 feet of bright, natural daylight that rockets out from this thing's eye, It's probably almost as disorienting for several of you as it is for this thing, but it does look extremely disorienting for this thing. It seems to be very not okay with that. And you can see its head just reels back as it is effectively blinded by this sudden surge of light. Yeah, holy shit. Okay, perfect. Anything else?
That is... Let's see here. With the rest of my movement, I will stand still. That's it.
Hell yeah. Alright, hero point. Vasu.
Also, does an 18 hit him just because I got a +2 to that one attack because of less?
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, it does.
Is it dead?
14. No,
14
it's
more
not dead
damage.
yet, but 14 more damage.
Okay, so just like hypothetical question here.
Sure.
Can I throw a stick of dynamite with a sling?
Yeah, I mean, the natural thrown range is, I think, 60 feet anyway, so you can flavor it as go doing with the sling.
Also with this magical sling that says it heat seeks targets out to short
God damn it.
range and long. Let me pull up the thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you let me do this.
I did.
This sling's range is 30 for short range, 90 for long range. Creatures with 3/4 cover only gain benefits of half cover against this weapon. It says rocks and pellets fired from the sling are magically transformed into burr-covered seeds that seek after their targets, even around cover. Would that apply to dynamite as well?
You assume it would probably work sort of similar. It's going to have some sort of effect like that.
Or is it only rocks and pellets?
Excellent. Yeah, you think it'll probably do something cool.
Cool. I'm going to try to lob a thorny stick of dynamite at this big
Alright,
thing
give me an
just
attack roll.
outside of our air bubble, but just within the range of my slingshot.
Alright, as soon as the dynamite is loosed from the sling, you watch as what appears to basically be a flaming pine cone, one of those long, thin ones, just goes rocketing over towards this thing that has just been engulfed in daylight. And just like a tank of oxygen going into Bruce's mouth, it gets caught between a couple of the upper teeth of this thing as it howls out in pain.
Smile, you son of a bitch.
And then, sure enough, let's see, first of all, 11 piercing and psychic.
I don't know what damage I have to roll for a stick of dynamite, but
Let's see.
only happy to do it.
I believe it is just, I think it's 3d6 for one? Yeah, 3d6. And it needs a dex save. And I'll give it disadvantage because you used the heat-seeking thing.
Oh, that's so sad. Can I spend a funky point to reroll one of those ones?
I don't
If
think
this wasn't a funky idea, I'm leaving this campaign right now.
you do get the funky point, but you get it at the
At
very
the
end
end.
of your turn, yeah.
That's fair.
Dynamite DC, I thought it was 12, but let me go check. It is 12, so he only takes half. However, there is an explosion that blows out several of its teeth for additional points of damage from the dynamite. And you do get a funky point.
Excellent. So that was just one weapon attack. The sling is a monk weapon. I unfortunately only had the one stick of dynamite, but I am going to sling another rock at it.
Sure. I will say, how many attacks...
Holy fuck!
God damn it. I am going to say that because dynamite normally takes an action to, like, light, I'll have that take like either one of your attacks or like your bonus action attack or something. However, the second attack is good.
Yeah, I'll spend a bonus action to light the dynamite.
Sick.
Unless Shu can do it. Does Shu know how to work a flint box?
I don't think so. Unless Shu has a fire attack of some sort.
I mean, he's a fucking pseudo dragon. Can he breathe fire?
I don't know, does he? Can he?
I don't know. He has
either
a
way.
sting.
Dragons have a breath
I don't know if Shu is. I don't know if Shu is like flavor wise. I mean, he's obviously flavor wise like a small phoenix owl, but I don't know if he is mechanically.
Just hold
What
it
is a
against
pseudo
smoke.
dragon? Do they have fire about them?
I'll tell you what.
That would work too.
I'll let you use like once we commit to something in character. That is how he really is a little fiery owl. So I'll say that he can use his action to light your dynamite for you.
Bless you, Shu.
So holy shit, that crit lands for another 18 points on top of that. This thing is looking fucking terrible.
Finish it, Liz.
All right, anything else?
I hate to say it, but that was technically a monk. Yeah, that was a monk weapon attack. So I'm going to tack on another 5. Has it been a long? Did we have a long rest?
No, not yet.
Okay. So I think it's still just bludgeoning. 5 bludgeoning damage from my genie shit. From one.
Does your genie interact with your monk?
Yeah. It's any weapon attack I make, I can just tack on that.
Oh, because you said monk weapon, I got confused.
It's once a turn.
All right. That 5 extra points of damage, coincidentally, is exactly what you needed.
Hey! Hell yeah.
However, several things happen all at once. Right as this thing begins to breach through the bubble of the surface of the air, all of you guys pull out these cool ass attacks, and basically just evaporate this thing right as it's opening its jaws to do a lunging attack toward. Its dead body continues to careen inwards. And Flick, I need a charisma saving throw.
But why?
Normally I describe effects before they're happening, but the effects in this case depend on the save. Woo! Woo! Okay. Then what you sense in that case is a very brief fleeting vision of a white smile against a dark background, and the words, "There you are." And then you, as your vision returns, watch as this body suddenly peels back like a grapefruit. The strips of flesh flying past all of you as it soars through the bubble and then over into the rest of the sea. And as this thing is kind of dissected like a fruit, you watch as these shadowy, twisted, smoky, vaporous forms all begin to emerge from inside of the creature. And there is a flare and a flash as some sort of a gateway is temporarily opened. And it holds right here for just a moment.
And then Benthos senses from portals, is it right?
Yes. Benthos comes through and kills us all. Does the arrow fall out of him, or does it travel with him the whole way?
It travels with him. When the arrow actually gets to the other side, it would probably smack and then kind of hang right about there as the condensed water suddenly stops all of it from, floating too much farther past.
Can we see into the portal?
Vaguely, about as well as you can see through one of the TVP portals, which means it's kind of like muddied and a little. It's like looking through fog glass or like one of those. You know what I'm talking about. The glass that is specifically designed that you can't see.
So we rip out Gale's eye, give it to Nordo, and Nordo just chucks it.
However, it is obviously a magical portal, and there is fire spewing from it. You get the sense that it is probably not a portal to a friendly place. However, for the time being, nothing happens immediately. Elise is going to run up and dodge. Nomad, what would you like to do?
Captain Flick, hard to starboard. Dip the ship, fill that thing with water.
God damn it.
Bitch, do you think you're going to invade?
Flood the abyss.
love the idea of Pale Knight opening like a portal in her like throne room, and then all of a sudden just a bunch of water.
Yeah. May I use my action in any way to steer this ship downward?
Who was at the helm? It was either Vasu or Gale, right?
I can move to the
I
helm.
guess you can move to the helm if you want. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no reason. If you want, if you want to,
Yeah.
assuming that Flick allows it, then you
Yeah.
can use your.
It definitely wasn't me because I discovered that I had.
It was
Yeah.
Vasu, but he was steering like a child sitting on their parents' lap, only it was
Yeah.
reversed.
Yeah. So yeah,
Perfect.
just
Nomad goes over
throwing the
there.
wheel left and right nonchalantly.
Yeah, Nomad goes over there, uses a bonus action to give himself proficiency in that vehicle's tools, and just hard starboard
All right, give me a vehicles check.
here. May use my intelligence.
For steering, I feel like it's either going to be wisdom or dexterity.
I'm higher in dexterity,
Yeah.
so that would be this -3. Sorry, roll.
27, real good. All right. One of the very first things that you become aware of when you use your channel divinity to become proficient is that you are towing, and you have to be cautious so that you don't accidentally break the tow line.
That's
However,
okay.
you do the best that you can. I'll say that one person per turn can move the ship, and you begin to kind of peel it to starboard to try to get it away from this rift. And rather than try to move
Starboard and down.
Yeah, rather than try to move this entire elaborate ship drawing, I'm going to move everything around it, which means that the portal whips off to the left and up a little ways. Oh no, it's going to make me there again. Okay. Come here, you. Turn and... measure. Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna try to do it in a way that doesn't just throw Flick and the Toad ship into it.
It'd be funny.
It would.
No, it wouldn't.
I mean, not for you.
Not for you, though. That's my action. I don't have any more bonus actions for movement, so that's it.
All right.
Is that funky?
It is. It is. Grab yourself a point. All
Hey,
right.
where do I put those? I'll just put it in my class abilities.
Yeah, it should be under your class abilities already. All right. That brings us to Gale.
Oh, there.
Well,
Oh yeah, do I still have movement? I'll just make space for Gale or anyone who wants to get on it, so that we're not clustered.
well. Now that the wheel's been pried from me, I'm gonna come over here, and to make sure that Flick doesn't get flung into the portal
Thank you.
as we start careening through the ocean, I'm gonna cast this on the portal.
God. Okay. Huh. Physical objects, energy, or other spell effects can pass through the barrier, in or out. A creature in the sphere can breathe there. The sphere is immune to all damage. Okay.
How big is it?
It is the size that I drew, so the portal is bigger than large. But in theory, you could try to capture something coming out of it, maybe? I like this idea.
I'm just putting a bubble around it so that the other ship doesn't touch the portal first.
Oh!
Like a buoy.
Okay, I'm into it. Alright, you create kind of a bubble just to prevent the ship from smacking directly into the portal. That is
Yeah.
wise.
I mean, if something steps out of the portal and gets Odalukes, I'm not gonna complain about it, but the point is just to make sure that none of us accidentally get flung into it.
Okay, love it.
And since it only lasts a minute, by the time we're away from here, all the water will flood back into it.
Alright. All right. Anything else?
Total will come over and protect me.
The boy has arrived.
And just as a reminder, if anything attacks me, they take force damage.
All right, sick. God, I forgot that was a thing now. All right. Hero point, bottom of the ramp, lair. Sure enough, you watch as with a screech, something emerges from the portal. It does. Let me give it a dexterity check, I guess, to see what happens with this Autoluke. See, it's not quite big enough to capture it, but it might at least like
400
impede it.
force damage
I was gonna say it might at least like
As
get in the way somehow.
as it bangs its head into an invisible object
Turn its
flying
head,
forward.
then it can't breathe. No, it can't breathe.
Just gets crammed into a Pokeball. Oh, it's Copernicus.
There's a little birdie. It's actually a very large birdie. You see that this pitch black raven with white fingertips, wingtips, emerges, and it has these just brilliant pale white eyes, 6 of them, 3 on each side. And as soon as it breaks free, it lets out this awful ear-piercing shriek, and then dexterity check. Bunks into the Autolukes. What's your save DC? It's better than 14, right?
Oh, yeah. 18.
Bonks into the Autolukes. I'll say it loses half of its speed and is only able to get to about... What is its speed? Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Oh no. It has selected everything. It's too late. Here, starts flying over. However, as it emerges, you notice that, first of all, the light of this rift closes behind it. But when it does, there's a flash of orange light from the portal closing, and the light casts shadows on this thing that are unnatural, streaking across your ship in patterns that are slow and clearly not corresponding to its actual location. And you watch as 6 shadows begin to crawl over the surface of your ship. And let me pull them over real quick.
Are they socks?
Aw, they're not, but I love the idea. We'll pretend they're socks. I'll name one of them socks.
Like a piece of clothing or someone named socks?
The
Like a
thing.
piece of clothing.
Okay.
These are cute.
Alright, and that will bring us to the top of a new round, but I do need to roll initiative.
Does Flick get a turn? I can't remember.
Yeah, he went
I
first.
Oh.
We've only had one round.
This is some good Dark Souls music. Though at some point I think it switches to just the Benny Hill. It's people chasing each other.
Wait, does it really?
In my head it does, considering what we're doing here.
I thought maybe I actually clicked on a video that was that, and I was like, wait
No.
just a second.
No, I think that's just our party theme, the Benny Hill.
Aw, Socks rolled a nat 20. I'm so proud of him.
Better than you did in my campaign.
All right, top of a new round. Vasu, you're the first to act.
I spaced out for. Am I the only one seeing those?
You can see that these shadows have started slithering and crawling across the surface of your deck, and as they do, they seem to almost have depth to them. Almost kind of like an ooze, but they're clearly sort of immaterial. They're darkness incarnate.
Okay. Move 5. Probably trigger some opportunity attacks.
Double check. No, nothing yet.
Excellent. In that case, being the monk I am, I'm going to try to see past these illusions, assuming these are illusions, and see to the truth, doing some, wet yoga, meditation, key bullshit, 15 feet away because I fucking can. Hacha! God, I love four elemental monk.
26 slams in. However, you watch as your talons slip through, and you can feel resistance, but it seems to almost immediately just close back in on itself. You've made contact, but no damage.
But
Oh, it does need to make a strength save, though.
is it a hit?
It is a hit.
I'm not gonna necessarily spend that key point on this strength save, but I am going to spend a key point to make a con save.
Oh, shit.
Ah, fuck.
Is 17 good?
I think it is.
Oh, thank God.
We're currently at 17. I don't think the latest level up made my monk DC go up, but yeah, the 5e tools character sheet thing doesn't have a slot for monk DC. Let me go look at that real quick.
It's 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom. Also, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but you're definitely on a worse mic, we can tell.
Yeah, I'm just testing out the conference call speaker thing for Saturday.
Gotcha.
It sounds fine, just a little echoey.
Okay, cool. Mostly just as long as
What did you say the DC was?
Your DC is 8 plus proficiency, which is currently 5, so 13 plus your wisdom, so 17 exactly. So he just makes it.
Just barely. Well, fuck that guy. I'm gonna hit. Hopefully. Have another.
I'll be right back. I hope I don't die.
Good luck. 19 this time.
19 hit.
Misses. Yeah, you watch as the shadows recoil away from your fist.
No. Nordo, help me out as the other monk in the party. What was that latest thing that they added that was like when you spend a key point, you can do something as
It is. This is if you spend a key point as part of your
a
action.
bonus action.
Hold on, let me find
Another
it.
flat weapon attack.
That sounds
I think
right.
it's like if you spend a key point as part of your main action, you can do a weapon
Action you can
attack instead of an unarmed attack as your bonus action. Right?
unarmed or monk attack as your bonus.
Cool.
Am I able to talk out of turn? Or do I
You
need to wait till my turn?
You are, yeah.
Vasu, stop what you're doing. Don't keep attacking it. There's
Okay, should I
tendrils
attack
connect.
this one
Should
I attack
the main one?
instead? And I point at this shadowy bird right here.
I just point at the maze raven.
Did you say don't? Did you say don't attack the main one?
Go after the main one.
He has been attacking
That's what
the main
I've been
one.
doing.
Yeah.
Oh, you are attacking the main one?
Yep.
Oh.
It's not.
What do you think you're
It's
doing?
been going. Well.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think.
That's weird, though. Okay.
Feck, correct me if I'm wrong, and I apologize if this is a meta inference. I'm hitting it right, but it's not doing damage.
Yeah.
I am still making it make saves, though.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that you are, or at least on that first one, you connected with it. With the second one, it seemed to be a miss. It seemed to just withdraw away from you as you swung at it.
Okay.
But there's just kind of this weird, clearly magical protection of it of some sort that kind of protected it from damage.
It tendrilled you.
Okay. To be clear, I'm a high enough monk level that my unarmed strikes go past like magic resistance.
Correct.
Did it still not take magic damage?
Correct.
Okay. Then with the free action to respond to Ace, I'll be like, I'm trying to hit it, and I think I have, but it's not doing nothing.
It wrapped a tendril around you.
And with my bonus action, I will instead. I'm gonna make that sphere attack on this shadowy bird right next to myself and Elise.
All right. 25 slams in super easily
right here.
For 23 points of magical piercing and fire, and you hear this horrible screeching noise, just like a raven's call, coming from the shadow, and parts of it begin to split down.
It does seem to be actually taking damage.
It does. It seems to take damage from that.
Cool. Slap on another 5. That's the real word, not 5. Tack on another 5 bludgeoning, please, because I'm a genie warlock.
Hell yeah. More of this inky blackness is split down from where you cut into it.
Cool. I think that's gonna be my turn. I think we might have to beat down the shadows first or something. I don't know.
And actually,
oh, I'm real confused.
I'm just now realizing, as the seam that you've cut with your weapon reaches over to the part of the shadow that is illuminated by the orb of daylight, there is a flare of light that gleams up, and it takes double damage.
Woo! Moat, you're a genius.
All right, that'll bring us to Nordo's reaction.
Okay, I don't actually want to take a reaction. I just wanted to test it out and also test this mic again. Is it any more clear now?
It is a little bit better, yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't have anything to do. Nomad's turn.
All right, Nomad's turn. Is Frisk dead?
Nomad!
Oh no, I think Nomad's dead.
Did he pull a me?
I think surely not.
Sorry.
Oh, there
I
it
had
is.
to
Gotcha. Welcome back.
What happened? I missed. I think it was someone's turn before me, and then I missed it.
Vasu attacked the bird a couple times, but his attacks seemed to either miss or be ineffective. Ace warned him that he should not attack the main one, and suggested that he attack the shadows instead, although he hasn't explained himself yet. Vasu turned around and swung his Sunflare at the shadow, which did seem to be hurt by it, and it actually seemed to be extra hurt because it is touching light.
I do think I did have enough time to clarify
What?
that like I feel like I connected with an attack to the first one, but it wasn't like actually.
Correct. It seemed to be either immune or it resisted the damage.
Right. What's an action to keep moving the damn ship? And the rift is gone now, right?
It is, yeah. And it would just be another action.
Oh, I'm gonna use my action to keep moving the ship
Move it into the light.
into the light. I don't know. We're trying to head to the cavern, though. That's our main goal.
I mean, this bird's not gonna die unless we kill it. So
You guys are there for it. We have to reach the cavern. There's like a bajillion of you.
Yeah,
Someone
but
has to keep moving the ship. Or the rest of those, he gestures at the other whales, will get to us and we will die.
it's like
In case you forgot.
Alright, so you're just kind of going straight ahead towards the canyon?
We're keep going.
Alright, then this kind of trails a little bit behind. The orb of light wraps around the bubble until it hits this other one and then starts to follow that curve. Accurate. Nomad knows no fear.
The internet is killing me.
The Autolux bounces a little bit this way, if I can get it to actually connect. Oh god, why are Roll20 selection tools so terrible? Anyway, I'll get that in a second. And then the Raven, oh my god. The Raven is pulled over this way. Notably, the shadows move with your ship. Alright, grab yourself another hero point, and anything else?
With my original hero point, I can make a cantrip attack?
Sure can. It uses your reaction, but yes.
Okay. So it won't use it. I can't use it at this time. Or it'll use my reaction, actually.
Right.
Okay. Shoot. What's this thing next to me here? That's a shadow, right?
It is, yep. Right at your feet.
Cool. And it's in the light?
It is.
Then this attack using my reaction is at disadvantage. For 22. And we'll say this is fire damage. At this thing right here.
Slams in, and you can see that your fire seems to almost react with the light that engulfs it for double damage.
Yeah, that's me and my reaction.
Alright.
Thank you.
Elise. She is going to... Does she have anything that makes light?
It doesn't have to be true sunlight, right?
You're not sure.
What is making the light, by the way?
Something Moat did. He cast Daylight Spell.
he cast it
Oh,
on
gotcha.
one of my arrows, I think.
Gotcha.
Alright, Elise is going to cast light on her sword.
Can someone mage hand that arrow and bring it over here?
I think Elise fixed the problem.
If
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be daylight.
If it doesn't have to be daylight.
Oh, true.
That does take her whole action to do, but that is...
Hero
20
point,
feet.
right?
And she does, yeah, I guess.
Thanks, Elise. You're helping us get used to the system. Oh, Socks? Who is Socks?
Alright, Socks is just one of these shadows down here. It got a name because it's special.
Oh. Flick needs help down there.
He
sure does.
I'm in danger.
He's in danger! He'll be fine.
Alright, this thing is going to try to crawl away. It can only get to about here. Actually, it'll dash to get all the way out of the light, at least. Echo is going to start calling up the nets. It can only get about 20 feet up, so it is still about 40 feet. Actually, it'd be about 30 feet below Flick. I forgot he has to hang like 10 feet down from the top. Likewise, Foxtrot is going to move 20 feet up, so it is also about 30 feet below Flick. Oh wait, Foxtrot hasn't had a turn yet. Ace gets a turn in between there. Ace, go ahead.
Yeah, I do. So, does it look like...
Myself.
Have we seen these things attack yet?
Not yet.
Am I within, like... I'm assuming it's large, right?
Yeah, it covers all 6. It's actually huge.
Okay. Where would I have to move to get out of its, like, melee? Like, I can't tell. Like, so, I'm assuming it's, like, taking this space up too?
It is. So technically, it would be adjacent to it on this space. So you'd have to be here to get away from.
Okay. So I could just... Would I be away from this one too, then?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll move over there.
That will trigger.
Okay, has disadvantage because of my Displacer Beast Cloak.
Uh-huh.
And 13 misses.
All right.
And then... I'll do one shot first. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use my bonus action to do my thingamajig as that I can do as an Inquisitive. So he needs to make a deception against my insight, and if I beat him, I can just do sneak attacks on him.
That's so cool.
Spoiler alert.
He's not very good at deceiving people.
Mm-mm.
All right, and then I'm gonna shoot him.
Not his strong suit.
Is this? I'm assuming this is not a humanoid or aberration.
Correct. Is this on the one to your north or your west?
This is the one that's in light, down here. E.
Oh, gotcha. Excellent. 28 slams in. For 21, doubled up to 42. You see the shadow beginning to crawl up the nets towards Flick. Again, almost like an ooze. And you just fire an arrow and a bunch of it sprays out through.
Pew! A second time.
29 slams in for another 26.
That's a lot of damage. That's all I can do.
All right, that brings us to Vasu's reaction.
Yeah. I was just curious. I wasn't quite sure if either C or this one up here myself when they moved.
I missed everything. What did they do to yourself after you moved? Like you were cutting out a little bit.
Oh, I meant to say something on my turn, if it's not too late.
Yeah, go for it.
It looks like these shadows are connected to the Raven, and if you attack the Raven, it looks like, Boss, you're now connected by a shadowy tendril to the Raven. So be careful.
I did not notice that.
Notably, none of you guys see these tendrils.
I point to my monocle.
Gotcha. Thank you for the information.
Do I see the tendrils with detect magic up?
No, you can sense that there's magic present, but it's invisible, so you don't see it.
Okay. And you also said they...
Correct. None of the 3 up here have moved yet. It's just been the ones down on the bottom ship so far.
Okay. Oh, I didn't even notice there were more down there. Okay. Yeah, that I guess I don't get a. That's not a reaction from me then. Sorry.
All right then.
Here's a fucking question.
Uh-huh.
When the whale sailed through here, you said it saw Flick, but Flick was on the other ship. So did it really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the record, it like Flick saw a vision in his head.
Gotcha, vision in his head. It's not the whale who said it to
But
him.
like the bubble that Flick is making is overlapping with the bubble that his ship is making, so it's all just kind of like a towing situation in one shared bubble.
Ah.
Yeah. Anyway, now F climbs 20 feet up the rope, and then we get to the Maze Raven. All right. Hello, Maze Raven.
Is it missing an eye?
It is not. In fact, it seems to have 6 eyes, all of which
Oh,
are brilliant, stark white, and looking at Flick. It's gonna soar on over to Flick and start working on him.
This is one of those timed missions where if you don't kill everything before I die, we all fail.
Damn it! Are you an escort mission? You better not fail us.
Apparently. It's only because I'm on the ship by myself, apparently.
All right. 22 for 15.
Yup.
Sick. All right. So it grabs you up into its big old beak, which is filled with these razor sharp teeth. There's a yank and a tug. And then it is going to fly you south and kind of slam you down onto the deck. Moving your bubble with you. It doesn't quite breach the gap. Okay, well that's a shame.
Friction. Oh shit! This is only 30.
I think you've
feet.
also
Never
already used your reaction.
mind.
All right, and then it's going to follow up
No,
with a
I
couple of
didn't
claw attacks.
because none of the things within me actually.
Yeah, they haven't moved yet.
Does it just automatically get to move me? Do I not get to make a save against that, or?
Because as you grappled and restrained, it just moves at half speed. But it can drag you along at half speed. Yeah.
DC 19. Do I make a save before it's grappled and restrained, or is that to?
No, that's to break free.
Okay.
So monster grapples are cheating, and I don't know why 5e does it that way, but they do. It's just if they hit you, they're grappling you, and then you have to break free. I might change that when I eventually gut 5e and do it over.
I mean, it's for specific creatures that actively have
Yeah.
The
a
grab
thing that would allow them
That rule
to
has
grapple.
always made sense to me.
Yeah. That's legit.
Like with tentacles
Green
or
bar.
mandibles in this case.
That's true. It only works on things that have it built in. Like, for instance, these 2 claw attacks don't have it built in. But they are at advantage because you're restrained. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Ow.
Someone go over there.
Nah, he's fine.
All right. It starts just picking you apart back here, Flick. And as it kind of has you in its mouth, you can see that within its beak, along the surface of its jet black tongue, a white, feminine smile begins to form on the inside of its mouth.
How is it feminine?
And then
Does it wear lipstick?
it just kind of has this elegant look to it. And then it jerks its head back, looking at all of your friends as they realize that it's kind of got you cornered. And one of the eyes focuses on Gale's the closest person. Why not? And you see this tiny little mote of light leaps over to Gale, whizzes towards you. Gale, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Stop that! We need Gale.
Soars past. Gale does this backflip cool shit, or probably just duck. And instead of hitting him,
I just fall over.
legit, tumbles over. And instead of hitting him, this tiny little bead of white sticks to the railing of the ship in his space. And it begins to pulse and grow, and you can see flames flicker around it. That'll bring us to end of its turn. Echo is going to climb back down the ship, or the net. Oh wait, it shouldn't have had its turn yet anyway. Well, shit, we'll just undo it. Okay. Taking turns at the right time is hard. Mode's up.
All right. I will turn to Nordo and I just say, we have to help Flick, come with me. And I will run off this way, taking an opportunity attack from B, I think it is.
$22 for 9.
Miss.
22 misses? What the fuck?
It misses. Bash it off my shield. And then I will start casting a spell, and then 5 little golden rings will kind of form out from underneath me where I'm standing, and I will hold my action until Nordo is within 5 feet of me.
Sick.
Excellent.
Bravo.
Reaction. I'd like to expend my hero point to reposition and dodge.
Hell yeah. So yeah, you can take any combo of dash, dodge, disengage.
I don't need to disengage yet, I don't think. I'm not within A's reach, am I? As far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell, yeah.
So I'll start with, I guess it doesn't really matter when I do it, but I'll start with a dash to get up to Moat with 10 feet to go.
Excellent.
I will use my reaction if I can.
Go for it.
Alright, so the 5 golden rings that are kind of emanating from under my feet appear right by the side of Flick, and I will cast a spell.
What is it?
Oh, fucking sick. I forgot about this. Okay, excellent.
Do I get to come too?
You get to come with me. And we both wind up within 5 feet of Flick, and we all get 2, which is not great, temporary hit points.
Good shit.
8, thanks.
The movement is great, at least.
Alright.
Thanks.
Don't forget to mark down your hero point, Nordo.
Oh, right. I will. Let me finish this up real quick because I still have 10 more feet of movement. I'll go ahead and do the disengage now. Could I have landed like here? Or is this space occupied?
So technically, it takes up all 6 of these spaces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it is
Space-
temporarily on the deck because it's like pinning Flick.
Right. Okay, so I have to start right here. Okay. I'll use my 10 feet to just like run around a little bit, I guess. I can't really get very far. And then I guess I'll... Oh, he's in that spot. There we go. And then I guess I will just dodge there and, you know, disengage. Though I don't think it did anything. And that's my reaction.
Alright. Anything else, Mo?
That was my reaction to cast the spell, so I'm good.
Alright, cool shit. Flick's up.
Okay. Do these shadows, they don't seem... Do they seem intelligent, or are they all controlled by this big guy?
At the very least, they know to move to the nearest thing and to try to get out of the light. With that said, they move very, very slowly. It's a little hard to tell how autonomous they are.
You don't have to be stupid to get cold, it's fine. Or be smart to get cold. I'll use this one instead. God, why? Why is that so terrible?
I feel your pain.
30 is still pretty decent.
Yes, it's not that bad.
3 1s, though.
What suck, but the 676 is pretty good.
Yeah. I aim it upwards, and I should potentially be able to
I
hit
was
all
going
of
to say,
them.
you're going to hit all 3 of the shadows and the Maze Raven. Let's see here.
I don't know why my save's not built in there. It should be.
Maze Raven takes 15 and seems to shirk that 15 off. However...
Oh, the tie. Face warned this.
All 3 of those fail, and huge swaths of shadow are frozen into chunks and then burst for 90 total points of damage off those guys.
Oh, jeez.
And actually, let me double check a thing. Some of that might get through. Nope, 15's good. Alright.
Then, oh wait, let me get that closer to me. Bonus action, bring that out. That's action, bonus action, I'm pinned. Think that's it.
So as you summon your Flicticle, you see this tiny portal for a moment begin to flash, this bright blue that you're familiar with the tentacle emerges, and then it snuffs out for a brief second, and seems to just kind of disappear or fizzle. And then there is, from the side of your vision, this jetting motion of a tentacle from the deep, far, far to the west, that wraps around your ship, presses through the floorboard, and emerges with double the reach and double the damage.
Sick. Cool.
Poor ship.
It's a weird. I don't know. It's fine. We'll get over it.
It's a ghosticle. It'll be fine.
All right.
Everything.
Alpha is gonna come over here and swing on Elise. Gross light. Uh, 26 does actually get through. Holy fuck. 18 points of necrotic damage. Thanks, Alpha. That brings us to Gale.
Okay, well, looks probably safe at this point.
Yes. Sorry, I was channeling my mode there for a
Ish.
second. Well, I can't die, so no one else can.
You know, as safe as a guy who's pinned under a giant raven can be.
Not to mention the giant raven is actively trying to carry you away, leaving me in mode to drown to death.
That's fair, but I believe in you guys.
We'll be fine. Everything's fine. I mean,
All right. So these shadows are kind of like they're tangible, but they are flat. Like I could stand on one theoretically.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna come over here, and I'm gonna cast a spell that I've had recently, and I've been looking for an opportunity to cast and haven't gotten the chance.
Uh-oh.
I'm excited.
I'm not. I'm scared.
I'm gonna go and like crack open my little knee on my metal leg, and there's a little cannon, and I pull a ripcord, and in a 30-foot line, I just cover these three boys in a bunch of sticky acid.
Oh no, shit.
And I'm casting this at second level, so
Spoiler alert, these guys are not good at dex saves.
that's a relief.
They sure do want to try, though. I think those all fail.
Sure do.
Alright, all three of them. You watch as the acid begins to mix with the shadow, swirling in this awful pattern. And as you do, you just hear the sound of like birds being baked alive. Horrible screeching from all three of them, just echoing even though it comes from no mouths.
Alright, then Toto's gonna dash and take a leap. Or at least try to.
Absolutely. What is his strength?
21.
21? Give me a pretty easy athletics check. To cover like the last 2 feet. Plenty. He is able to make a smooth jump over.
I didn't disengage, so that thing's got a reaction.
I thought it... No, it hasn't. You're right. It will take one swing on Toto. 21 for 7.
That's it.
Alright. That'll bring us to Charlie. Who's gonna try to... First of all, he's gonna take some damage if you want to roll it for the acid. He's gonna try to get out of the light a little bit. 9 points of acid damage, which doubles up again because he's still in the light. for 18, and then swing on Nomad. Oh, 16 and
What's
a crit.
16 misses. Crit hits. I'll take it.
22 total points of necrotic damage. For
22.
flavor, you probably also feel just a little bit of that acid.
It burns.
And then the end.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
good.
sorry. You said he moved, but did he actually try to move?
He did. Is that okay?
Okay.
Is he allowed
how
to?
far? How far did he move?
He moved 10 feet.
I don't know if I want him to move. I have a 10-foot range from my spear and a 15-foot range from unarmed attacks. Did he move out of either of them from myself?
Yeah, you could have got him after the first step, before the second step.
Unarmed or spear?
That would have to be your 15-foot range to do that one.
Oh no.
Sure you found there, Nomad.
14 is enough to hit it, and it takes double damage for 16.
And it can't move.
And it stops here then. It's still able to hit Nomad, but it is not able to get out of the light.
You know what? I have my key points. Give me a con save on that hit. This is presumably before it attacks Nomad.
Four, I think failed.
All right, it's stunned before it can attack Nomad. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is not stunned.
Immune.
It's
It's
immune.
that. He did it. He remembered.
There is finally an enemy that is immune to stun, and it's a shadow.
And it's a shadow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadows have key. There's a whole monk thing devoted to shadows.
There is, and it's
But
actually
you're not
really cool.
them.
I call flavor bullshit. I should be able to stun a shadow.
I think you can actually stun the shadow monster. You just can't stun this thing. I'd have to double check that. I'm not sure. Either way, at the end of Charlie's
Rumph, I
turn,
say.
after the Harumph, the Maze Raisin's going to take a legendary action before it forgets to use all those.
Does it have to though? I could totally forget. That'd be great.
It really
We should
wants
put-
to. It is going to fire another beam of light, this time at somebody who looks a little slower. It's going to be Moat. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Did you say Ace? He's gonna shoot it at Ace?
It's going to be Moat.
What about Nordo? Doesn't have. Oh, it's a save. Never mind.
Oh, it's a
Hold
Moat
on,
for Moat.
I have to remember how Shield Master works. I've never done this before. This is my first time. Okay, tight. So add +3 to this. 26. I'm good.
Son of a
Hopefully.
bitch. This moat of light kind of reflects off of the shield and smacks into the floor below you. Where it begins to hum and glow menacingly, but stuck to the floor instead of you. That'll bring us to Nordo's turn.
Okay. Well, I see that and don't like it. So Nordo is going to kind of start with his axe out, swinging it, kind of wheeling around this thing, trying to find where it's got Flick grabbed. And then he'll heft the axe up. And he'll shout in blood and glory. And I'll rage for the first time. And that will be my bonus action for my action. I'd like to attack.
He's actually raging.
I know it's
What
unprecedented.
in God's name is happening right now?
We're in danger. That's all it must mean. We're in danger. That's why he's raging.
I will begin with a reckless attack. What it actually means is that I've short rested enough times that I have totally full rage points, which means I can spend them.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh my goodness. 30 slams in. You can definitely feel that you connect, but you can also feel that it seems to almost immediately recuperate from the damage.
Can I interest you in a con save?
Sure can.
Bummer. And unless it is immune, it needs a strength saving throw as well.
Ooh, fails that.
Excellent. The vines reach up and grab it and tether it down to the deck so it can't fly away with my dear friend Frick.
Oh,
Dear friend Frick.
son of a bitch,
Frick.
it's not immune.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
Terrific. It also has a wound now, and then I will attack the second time.
This poor ship. It's just destroying your sister's ship.
Not for long.
26 is good. 10 points of damage is not enough to get through. But you do feel it connects again, and he takes another wound.
Let me get a con save.
Hell
Another
no.
F. Okay, that is my 2 attacks for my action. My bonus action was to rage. I would like to use an action urge now. I was going to use it to do something funky, but now that this thing is restrained, I think I want to just keep beating the shit out of it, although I'm not doing any damage to it. So I'm going to stick with funky plan A. Actually, you know what? Now that I've got it restrained and it looks like it can't fly away with Flick, I'm going to wheel back around it. And I'll look at Moat and Flick and say, you take care of this and I'll take care of the shadows. And I'll wheel around to the shadow over here in the light. And use my action surge to attack it.
Oh, I forgot. This thing was in the light when it took that cone of cold. It needs another 30.
Terrific.
Hooray.
Just enough for me to get some sweet temp HP off of it.
It's the important part.
Cool. Just 13 hits.
13 hits.
Oh, wonderful. It actually is cool.
It does. This thing is not fast. It is very easy to hit. And 13, as you slam down directly in the center of it, the light seems to almost catch it like fire right where the blade impacts, and then ripples out, and you hear this horrible gurgling noise as the shadow erupts up into flames and disappears. And as it does, you can all see briefly what Ace has seen the whole time. There's just a flicker where this black tendril connecting the shadow to the raven appears and then snaps, and a cluster of black feathers are left behind that drift down onto the surface of the ship.
Terrific. And some of the shadows that erupt from it swirl around Nordo for a moment before absorbing into him. Max that out. Okay, let's see here. That was my bonus action, my action, and first attack of my action surge. I have one more attack. Do I have enough movement to get to anything? Started here. Oh, that's all 50 feet. Rats. Well. I will throw my spear at the... Oh boy. I'll just throw it at the big bird. Why not?
Alright, fire away. It is restrained, you got advantage.
That should only be
25.
7 points of damage, because it's still got my rage on there, which shouldn't apply.
Alright, the spear sticks, and it kind of seems to yelp as it's hit, but it doesn't seem to be hurt by it.
Okay, terrific. That is my turn.
Alright, bottom
Maybe
of the round.
squawk?
I need to go pull these over. Friends, it's time. It's finally time.
No, I just found a thing.
I don't like it when the DM says.
The two little motes of light suddenly erupt. One of them not catching anybody, but the other one catching Moat, and I believe only Moat. As there is suddenly a pool of fire that lingers in place for each one.
Like I care. It's no bueno. It's literally the Phoenix, though. He doesn't give a fuck. No fire resistance, though. Don't need it. You're the Phoenix. You're right. You're right. Fuck this pussy-ass fire. Forget it. I bet somebody could resist it. Not me, though.
I'll resist it for you.
Thank you.
Reach over and stick my fingers in it. Just
Ow.
All right, Moat. I do need a dexterity saving throw as this fire bursts up from what appears to be kind of a shimmering portal on the ground beneath you.
29 total.
Holy fuck, you're fine. You take half damage. So just 9 points of fire damage. And that'll bring us to the top of the new round. Sock, my friend. There's no way for you to get out of this light. Why don't you hobble on over? Nope, he's got to get down the net first. That's all he's doing. He has to dash to do it. What a nightmare.
which one did you move?
Oh wait, no, Socks is already down.
Yeah, Socks is over here.
Yep, okay, Socks is going to move 10. He has to dash to get here, but he'll dash 20 to get right up in Toto and Gil's face.
Back in the light, though?
I
have one question.
Right.
You're the DM. You already did it.
No, you're totally right. I forgot that
He
this is
did
not... You're right. This is not light. It's a bubble. I forgot. 10, 20... No, yeah.
Took his hands off the chess piece already.
He'll dash to get here instead.
That's fine.
All right. Nomad.
Oh my. My turn. Let's see. Can I use my action to keep moving this ship, but more this direction? So that these guys are soaked in the light?
Absolutely. As you do, the arrow is kind of pushed over into the crevice between these two bubbles, fully engulfing Socks and Foxtrot, while also keeping Charlie engulfed. And grab yourself the hero point.
Thank you. My reaction's back at the end of my turn. I'm going to try, with disadvantage, to shoot one of those. Actually, this one's closer. The one right next to me. With a cantrip. Disadvantage?
Yep.
A 17?
Oh, that's a shame. 17 is still good, though. For 18, which doubles up to 36.
Cool. That's the end of my turn.
All right, Gale's turn.
Okay. God, I have a thing I want to do, but I don't know if it would fuck us or not.
Shoot me. You won't do it.
So. I'm just going to come over here and start. Sadly and regrettably, I'm just going to double tap Socks here.
All right. 27 and 20 both slam in, both for double damage for a grand total of 60. Socks, my boy, what have they done to you?
And then, my bonus action, Toto's going to make a attack.
28 for another 24 is good. Tearing apart this shadow like it was a carpet.
How? Moat's okay. Nordo's okay, and Blick's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm raging.
Alright. Cool. Then, in that case, because the double damage is a little too much to pass up. On Toto's hit, there it is.
Ooh! Ooh, my goodness. That's another.
Just the one.
Okay, just the one. 22 additional points. This thing looks almost destroyed. Alright, anything else?
That is it for me.
Alright. Oh boy, which one do we do? I got to. He's restrained. He's got to. Got to. He's going to use his last legendary to Shadow Pulse. I need a dexterity saving throw from Flick and Moat.
Not me. Add +5 to this flick.
No, you are technically 15 feet away from it. It is,
Terrific.
Yeah. Flick is totally fine. Moat, you take 17 points of force damage.
I'm gonna spend a hero point to see if I can beat that.
Hell yeah, go for it.
Do I take half
Nope.
damage or no?
No damage. You are totally fine. Moat, unfortunately, still fails. 17 points and you are knocked prone. And then you watch as this thing is sucked in like shadows to the portal of fire under Moat and emerges up here.
Does it take
Does it take me?
flick with him?
It does not. It leaves you behind.
Or nah.
Oh, was that Bussy?
I was wondering, I have a hero point too. Can I give it to Moat?
No, they
To
are
add-
not transferable.
When
Gotcha.
it damages me, can I use my reaction and my aura to attack it?
Sure can.
Does it... Well, I'm already prone. How does that work?
Yeah, it would happen after the attack lands, so you would already be prone.
Boy, he's still restrained, though? So it's just a straight attack?
Yeah, straight attack.
Yeah, I'll try it. Why not? Also, does that teleportation break him from the restraint?
It does, but he also leaves Flick behind.
Okay.
30 does slam in. How many's he got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my goodness. Okay, that might be enough. It is definitely a fiend. So 29, 36. 11 points of that damage does actually get through, and when he emerges on the other side, you see that white flames are still engulfing some of the tips of his feathers.
I did it. I hit him.
Did it.
Yay.
Alright, that'll bring us to Gil. Wait, what happened? Is
You
it
just
finished?
you forgot to...
Oh, I just forgot to
like, go
advance
through
it. Okay, there we go. Now it's his actual turn. Okay.
13 points of necrotic.
He seems to take and then immediately shirk it off. Oh, thank God. He still has his health. I'm so proud. Alright, cool. Alright, what do we want to do? Let's do some cool shit. Vasu, you look tasty.
Always.
We're gonna have one of
Are
these.
you gonna avoid me?
He's gonna try. 30?
That missed.
Alright, 22 points of piercing damage. You are grappled and restrained as this thing kind of catches you in its beak. And just like before, it kind of slams you down onto the deck, lands on top of you, and begins to thresh and maw. But it also kind of positions you right next to this fire before it starts devouring.
Oh God! Oh gee!
Oh my
Jeez.
God.
There's a bigger bird of prey. This has never happened before.
21 and
Thankfully,
26?
both of those miss.
He does have advantage because you're restrained. 21 and
Oh
26?
fuck! He does. Shit. What is he? And there and the Devil's Advocate. I just played for birds having it because of their large beaks.
Could I use a reaction to give him? Oh no, I used my reaction already. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, both of those hit.
Alright.
I got nothing against it when I'm restrained.
Alright. And then finally, he is going to look over to...
22 plus 2 17s.
Yeah.
Can you?
Let me add it
Oh
up.
God, I'm afraid to see what that number is.
56 total.
You're fine, Vasu.
I mean,
Should have been raging.
probably bloodied. I'm a
Um,
monk.
Me too, bro.
oh God. It's gonna fire a beam of light towards Flick. Nope, not towards Flick. That's dumb. You're already there. Towards Nordo. I need a dexterity saving throw. All right, 6 to the ground under you. That'll bring us to Foxtrot, who is still stuck in this light and is not getting out. It is gonna just swing on. Oh wait, no, Foxtrot is the one up the rope. Shit. All right, it spins 10 feet moving down, which puts it within range. No, wait, it still wouldn't. It's 10 feet off, and it doesn't have reach. God damn it! It dashes to the bottom and does nothing else. God damn these slow bastards! Flick.
Okay. Gonna move back this way a little bit.
Foxtrot go?
He just climbed down the ropes. He was 20 feet up, and now he's back on floor eye level with you.
Oh, okay.
And there we go. That's a nice damage.
Oh my god. Who's this on? Sox or Foxtrot?
Foxtrot. Sox is almost dead.
Alright, 14 slams in for 39, doubled up to 58.
I
Wait,
have
68.
extra on that because of my compass.
Sure do, so 43 to 86.
Nice, so much damage.
Ice just ripples out, gleams in the daylight, and then explode, leaving just the edges of this shadow behind.
Cool. And then
Are you sure you don't want to just put that on Sox, because he's only got 4 health?
no, I'll wait. Well, it'd be cool if my tentacle did anything useful ever, but alas.
Who was that on?
It was on Sox.
8 hits.
What? Okay, so it does
2 points of damage.
It has 2 health left.
It does have 2 health left.
Next turn, it's mine.
Great job, Tentacle.
He's
trying.
very good, huh?
Flick is just going to be by himself forever because anytime he's with anybody, they suck.
Oh, good call. Echo takes 12. Oh, wait, I think Echo's dead. Yeah,
He's
Echo's
dead.
Okay. Oh, that's movement, action, bonus action. I can't do anything cool with my cunning action, so
Alright.
I cast Ace.
At the end of your turn, the crow, the raven, is going to let out a terrible shriek. And as it does, you watch as the fires roar from these points that have been opened. And searing lines begin to trace themselves outward across the surfaces of the floor. Well, let's see. Come here. You. There we go.
Feck, real quick, my tentacle does double damage, and it's double because of being in the light, so...
Oh, son of a bitch. You're right. Sox is dead. Rip Sox.
Rip in peace.
Rip. Sorry, I'm just like, oh, it did it!
No,
It did
you're
it.
totally right. And as these lines draw themselves across the surface of the ship, walls of flame 20 feet high jet up from those lines. That'll bring us to Ace.
Okay. So whenever Nordo hit the Raven, did he also get a tendril? Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, what was that?
Whenever Nordo hit the Raven, did he also get a tendril?
Yes, it seems like it was interfering with him when he tried to attack.
Gotcha. But whenever Flick hit him with a cone of cold, did he get one?
It seemed to form kind of almost like a protective barrier. It's becoming apparent to you with your high insight and your true sight that these shadows are helping protect the Maze Raven.
Gotcha. I'm going to use my bonus action. I want to see where the hell this. You said this tentacle came from, like a gorge somewhere.
It seems to just kind of zoom in from the darkness. Yeah, you can give me a perception check if you want.
Okay, and I'm not going to move, so I get advantage.
Yeah, looking out, you can see that this long, thin tentacle seems to have emerged from literally the depths. It seems to kind of twist at a weird angle, spinning and spiraling in a few directions before eventually branching far, far off to the west side of the city.
Cool. Well, I'm going to attack the shadow that's underneath Nomad.
All right.
Is it dead?
26 lands for, yes, that is enough to kill it.
All right, and then I'm going to shoot the other one at, probably F.
Uh, 30 lands for 18 points on Foxtrot.
Oh, so close. All right, and then I guess I'll just give a thumbs up to Elise. She's doing great.
All right. At the end of your turn, the Raven's going to let another shriek, and the mazes grow.
What does that mean, Feck?
It's a maze. See? You have to go through the path.
You watch as more and more lines carve their way out from these fiery portals, causing huge walls of flame to jet up from the new lines that have been drawn. That'll bring us to Bravo, who's still alive, thank goodness.
But takes acid damage.
It does take acid damage. I'll take the one... There we go. 9 doubled up to 18. It's going to move this way and smack Ace a couple times.
Stop it. Don't smack Ace.
It has disadvantage if it attacks me.
You're right. Sure do. Critical miss. And then 25?
I'll allow it.
Alright, 8 points of necrotic damage from Bravo. And that'll bring us to... I didn't double click, I swear. Moat's up.
All right. I will spend half my movement to stand up from prone. Boy, I'm in a bit of a sticky wicket. What does Mo do here? Alright, here's what I do. I am going to run in a straight line through these walls of fire to get here.
Of course you do. Alright. Then I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
So 14 total, I assume that's not enough.
It sure isn't. You take 17 points of fire damage as you just kind of mind over matter your way out.
Hold on, I have to math.
Didn't he matter over mind his way out?
I suppose so,
I
actually.
think so. Alright, now that I'm where I want to be, I
yell at Moat and I'm like, stop, drop, and roll, you idiot.
I can't, I'm the Phoenix!
I give him +5 to that save.
Oh, nice. There you go, so only half of that. 8 points.
Thank you for your advice.
Alright, so as I stop, drop, and roll through these walls of fire, I will come out in a leap and attack this shadow in front of me.
Alright.
I love the response. I can't. I'm the phoenix.
It evaporates as you bring holy fire upon it.
Perfect. With my second attack, I guess I'll just weep in being prone at the start of my turn.
Alright. Let's see. End of your turn. I've already used 2, so I might as well use the 3rd to do it one last time.
I think I should have one on me.
Oh, you're right! You totally should. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Sorry, yours is not erupted yet.
Right. I just mean I don't even have like a little dot next to me already.
Gotcha. Yep. Here, let me copy this over so I remember.
Are you drawing these, or are these pre-made?
I'm drawing them in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Be really impressive.
I have a feeling he has a
I'm assuming, yeah.
innate thing that he's just revealing as he goes.
Yeah, that's what I assume, but you never know.
Press F to doubt.
And again, this one's different than the one up there. It might be rotated.
My concern is this keeps going and I have to go to work.
Oh, that's true. Oh my god, when did it get so late? Holy shit.
We spent a lot of time getting that ship out of that dome.
We did. Alright, do we want to pause here and pick this up in the next
No.
week?
Let's keep going.
Okay,
Let's
alright.
keep going.
We'll go quick.
Ridiculous.
Alright, Elisa's gonna finally do some attacking. She'll throw up a shroud though first, I guess. Yeah, why not? Bonus action Spirit Shroud.
Woo! Spirit Shroud.
Notably, that means that these creatures can't move.
Well, they can move a little. Oh, they're so slow that they can't.
They got a speed of 10. And the G is gonna whack Alpha. For 28 points.
Does it do extra damage because she sticks the light inside of them with her sword?
Yeah, it does double damage. Alright, that'll bring us to Vasu. Vasu, you are surrounded by flames. And this creature
Good
that is
for you,
currently
right?
restraining you doesn't seem to care.
Yeah. Yeah. So this cloak I have that lets me make dashes, it says opportunity attacks triggered by this movement are made at disadvantage. It doesn't say anything about restrained. I don't know if it helps with trying to escape restraints or grapples at all.
I'm gonna go and rule that.
I
like,
don't want to
if
be
you-
restrained right now. So
Yeah, if you can't move at all, then you're not really able to dash or activate the cloak.
that's fair. Attack when I'm restrained, though, right?
Absolutely, it's just a disadvantage.
Okay. Also know that the thing I'm trying to attack probably can't take physical damage anyway, but it can still hopefully make saves. So I'm going to have Shu come. 19?
19.
Damn shame I didn't have it.
Let me see. It does hit. For
Con save?
Let's see. That is 12. Okay, the damage does not go through, but it'll make a con save.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to damage this thing. As much as I wish I could.
Oh
Hey,
my
it fails.
God,
It's
it
stunned.
failed. Son of a bit. It'll burn. Oh my god, it doesn't have them. It does actions but not resistances. Shit.
You changed your thing! You foiled
I mean,
yourself with
even
your
then-
own hubris, God.
I mean,
Oh
even
my-
then,
We could still do the D6 thing, right?
the
Shh. Shh. Don't tell him that. He
No.
only needs a 1 to save.
It doesn't have any resistances. It can't do the D8 thing.
Oh.
Oh, thank
It could
fuck.
it could use its legendary actions to try to break free, but it doesn't. It already used all its legendary actions.
Ah, selfish. Not selfish. Greedy. That's
So,
the thing.
the long story short that I'm hopefully getting from this is it doesn't take any damage, but it's stunned, right?
It is stunned, and it did not seem to take any damage.
Cool.
And that does mean you're released from the
I'm
restraint.
running the fuck away. I'm gonna use. Excellent. Going to use my cloak dashes to dash up to here, which I think makes me. It does something.
It definitely gives you, I think, advantage on the save against the fire.
Like 26 on alpha.
That'll slam in for 38 points of damage.
Sick. It's another 5 doubled to 10 bludgeoning from the genie. And it's ignited and takes another 18 fire damage right off the bat.
Don't like any of that.
And I still have my bonus.
Yeah, his cloak makes him immune to fire, though.
No, does it?
Yeah, it makes him immune to fire that he passes through as part of his movement.
Oh, well, neat.
Is it immunity or is it just advantage?
It says you are not affected by gases, vapor, or fire you pass through as part of this movement.
Oh, son of a bitch. Nice.
No, he
Yeah.
literally stunned this bitch and just burst out of there like...
Hell yeah, there's a...
My ass,
It's a blast
and
of
I'm
air.
gone.
28 is good for another 18 to finish up on this dude.
Yeah, shit, I didn't know that it was like immune to the fire that I passed through. I knew it was like gases and stuff, but fire too? That's awesome.
No, you mentioned that last time when we saved you from a wall of fire. You said, "How dare you! I could have burst out of it on my own."
You were really upset
yeah,
about it. You got really angry at me.
That sounds
I
like
remember
me.
it
You're
now.
right.
Oh yeah, you're not affected by gases, vapors, of fire that you pass through as part of this movement. Shit.
What about
I
magic?
need your help.
This cloak doesn't even cost. That's just like a very low volume cloak, too.
Alright. Alpha burns on his turn. Go and give me another D10 and take some acid on his turn. Kale, if you want to roll some acid.
Love to.
See if he even gets a turn. Probably not. If you get a 4 or better, he dies.
I like this spell.
Oh! Alright, between the acid and the fire, this
Cursed
one
yourself
withers
by
away
saying
into
the number
nothing.
out loud before I rolled it.
I did. I made a huge mistake. That brings us to Nordo.
Okay. I see this little mote of fire under my feet. I'm pretty sure that's going to explode pretty soon. Nordo will go dashing towards the front of the ship. I'll expend a key point for Step of the Wind as a bonus action, so that I can get a total of 90 feet, including a glorious leap across this, to get all the way to here.
Okay, are you leaping through the walls of fire?
I'm not leaping through the walls of fire. I'm going to run around them. I think I can make it. Let me measure real quick.
Can you
Gotcha.
jump over? How tall are the walls?
Yeah, I'm good. As long as I can do that movement right there.
Alright, yep, you're good.
Oh, and actually I have 100 feet, not 45, so we're good. Okay, cool. That gets me right there.
What was your running leap distance?
40 feet because of Step of the Wind.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, you're totally fine.
Real damn far. Nordo does a cool tuck and roll to get to this side of the ship. Goes right here. That's 95 feet. Okay, that's my bonus action, my movement. As my action, I will swing my axe recklessly, beginning with the shadow.
20 slams in for 36. Another 22 points follows on top of that. This thing is looking grim.
That's bonus action. That's action. That is movement. That's my turn.
Alright, Charlie dead. Wait, is it? Or is this Charlie? This is Charlie. Oh my god.
Takes.
Oh, right. He takes bleed and acid damage. Oh, he's dead. Shit. Ace, as that one dies, and as each of these have died, you've watched as these tethers have been snapped. The rest of you can see a tether appear momentarily, snap, and then leave behind these black raven feathers all across the decks of the two ships. But as that final one snaps, you hear this horrible screeching noise from the maze raven behind you as it howls out in pain, stunned, disoriented, and all 6 of its beady white eyes glaring around in a panic. That brings us to the bottom of the round. I'm gonna go grab. Come here, you.
And at the top, after initiative, we have to stop, I guess.
Yeah, we'll pick up and finish up next week.
Let's see what happens at the bottom.
The moat that was under Nordo predictably explodes. And all of the ones that were already here expand.
Don't worry, Mode. You can almost keep up with this maze's expansion.
I can tell you this much: I can keep running straight through them, no problem. That's another option.
Alright, I'll go and roll the next round. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Cool.
But Nomad could go first.
I'd be cool with that. No matter if you want to take your turn first, I'll let you like swap places with Flick.
Okay, sure. But Ace is going. There we go.
I will let you go first too.
Yeah. Okay. Next week.
Oh, okay. If you,
I was gonna say actually, we probably don't want Flick or Frisk to miss out on the turn of combat. We'll just keep things how they are.
So I could stay into bounce.
Oh,
too.
if you want me to like just do my turn now, I can do it.
No, it's all good. We'll pick up
It's
next week.
okay.
That way nobody misses out. Sounds like
Yeah.
I
Nobody's
won't be
gotta
here
wrap things
to
up.
combat, but
Oh yeah. Legit.
I won't be.
Oh, let's
either.
do this real quick.
Here, Flick, why don't you go and at least take your turn then, since you're actually at the
Yeah.
top.
okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I also
believe
won't
it.
be here at the beginning of combat either.
Gotcha. Then both of you guys can take your turns real quick.
Oh, maybe.
I'm gonna actually sprint through the fire.
All right, give me a dexterity check. Or a
Yeah, I
saving
can
throw.
time it before I have to leave. Like 10 minutes. We can do this.
Is his like orb of stuff pushing the fire away too, or no?
His orb of stuff. Oh,
His
My
no.
like-
air.
No, the air does not seem to affect the fire. What is the DC on this? It is 19.
With moats, I'm good.
Yep, you're good. So half, which I think you have evasion, maybe?
I'm gonna use my tentacle because it can't get anywhere to have the damage for me, so I only take a 4.
Perfect.
And I take half anyway because I'm immune to resistant to fire.
Gotcha.
So I take a 6th. Or no, an 8th.
An
An
eighth.
8th.
So 2 points of fire damage.
Showing Mode up. Actual tiefling over here. You guys and your resistance.
Then I'm gonna bonus action dash up the rigging, so I can get an aerial view over the firewalls at Raven here.
Alright.
I can't aim, but I would if I could, and then
Hell yeah. 26, 19, and the 16 misses. But 26 and 19 both hit.
nothing.
And
It's stunned, right?
what's that?
It's stunned, right? Do I get anything?
Oh
from
yeah.
that
Yeah, it's advantage. So that's 26, 24, and a crit. And there is no remaining damage reduction. Every point of that goes through. Let's see, 11 from the first one, 14 from the second one, and 12 from the last one. and you can finally see bits of flesh tearing free, as it is unable to protect itself with shadows.
Sick. Okay. Now I can rest in peace.
Alright, that'll bring us to Ace.
All right. So is there like a crow's nest or something on this one too?
That's
Some
up to-
type of.
That's up to Gale. I think the balloon is where it would
This is the
normally be.
Crescent King.
Oh, I can.
Crescent
Okay.
Oh, it's the Crescent King.
This is
Yes.
your ship, Beck.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, this is the Crescent King. Yes, there is. It is a traditional sailing ship. It has no balloon, and that means that there is a crow's nest at the top of the central mast here.
Perfect. How tall are these walls?
The walls are 20 feet tall.
Perfect. All right. So because I can't do anything about that, I'm going to do something probably stupid, but we'll see if it works out. So I grab a rope that's tied off somewhere, a really, really long rope, maybe like a 60-foot or rope, and then I run and jump off this side, so that after I go down, I'm going to swing and come up the other side and get thrown into the air. And as I'm flying through the air, I'm going to just loose arrows on him, and I'm going to try landing on like the sail.
Fucking sick. Give me an athletics check or acrobatics.
Why'd you fling yourself that far off the side of the ship?
He saw Nordo not go far enough earlier. He's like, I'm gonna go way further.
It's
This is not worked well for either of us.
it's better. 16 is better. It's still not super great. I'll say you get high enough to make your shots, and it is enough to see over the wall, so you don't have any sort of blindness or disadvantage from the wall.
Oh, I don't care if I land bad. That's fine.
Okay,
Where
good.
do you want to fly off?
Then go ahead and fire away.
And these are at advantage because it's stunned.
Yeah.
Would I have time to throw a hunter's mark onto it while I'm in the air?
Sure.
It's a
yeah,
bonus action.
Go for it.
Why not? Let's just go for this.
Christ.
Holy fuck. Okay, 24 is good, 31 is good. All of that lands, including the Hunter's Mark damage, for 27 on the first one, and 13 on the second one. And then you start to come down. And unfortunately, your foot seems to almost elegantly land right on the edge, but it just misses, and you slip and slide, and then begin to drop down and dangle from the rope about 30 feet below the edge of the railing.
This is fine.
He can climb, he's fine.
And this
I
is
have,
your-
I have a teleport arrow. Things get real rough.
You also have a bonus action to like move.
He hunters.
I mean, like
Oh,
for my
alright.
next turn. I mean, how much movement did that use?
let's see. Where you were standing here initially, right?
Yeah, I think it was like one. I think got enough to like get like a running start.
Oh wait, did you run off the east, swivel under the ship and pop out, or did you run over to the west?
Yeah.
and do
So
an
what
arc?
I did was I ran over to the east with a rope so that I would go down, and then my momentum would
Gotcha.
hold like pendulum me up and throw me into the air.
Okay, gotcha. In
Over
that
the ship.
case, you're on this side and you're 60 feet down, but you've only used 10 feet of movement.
Just start a climbing.
Are you okay, brother?
Yep.
Okay.
That was
Alright.
really cool as long as you're not dead.
All right.
So how did I end up on this side of the ship 60 feet down?
So
Did it just go up and then I just came back down?
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, is you grabbed a 60-foot rope or something like that. You jumped off to the east side of the ship, swung down under the bottom of the ship so that you popped up on this side, took your shot, right?
Yeah.
With a 200 longbow.
I mean, I was my thought was that as I'm flying this direction, I would let go of the rope and take
Yeah,
the shot.
there's a little bit of room for heroics involved. However, with the 16, you release the rope, fire, grab the rope again, and then you try to like finish.
Reaction to grab a rope, yeah.
You try to like finish your momentum to land up on this balcony, but you miss it, which means you fall back down and start to spin back under the bottom of the ship and then dangle down on this side again.
I'm okay with that.
All right, and then that is
tried.
where we'll wrap up for the week, and we'll pick.
Do I get a
My
heroic
turn.
point for that? It's
Sure.
okay to say.
No,
It's okay to say no since I failed.
Nordo got one for no. Failure is never an important factor. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or fail. It only matters whether you did something funky. And that was funky. Nordo got a point for doing the same sort of deal earlier. So yeah, go and give yourself a hero point. And this is where we'll pick up next week.
Do I get a hero point for running through the fire?
No, you don't.
But it's my turn.
Oh, okay. You can take your turn first if you want. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. 2 cantrips. That's it.
Fair enough. Fire
It'll
away.
use my main cantrip and like my hero thing at the end of my turn.
Yep.
I gain no hero points because this isn't funky. Advantage and disadvantage cancel out, so these are just regular attacks.
Yep. You actually, I don't. Oh yeah, you're right because you're next to it. Just kidding. 27 is good. 23 is good. Both of those do land for 18 points.
Yeah, the damage is shite, but that's it, and that's my turn. Yeah.
All right. There we go. And we'll pick up there next week.
Move me away from initiative so I'm not confused.
Whoop.
There we go. It's Elise's turn next week.
Easy peasy.
Alright. I'll spend combat climbing a rope.
I was gonna say that kind of explains what Ace is gonna be doing for his next turn or two.
Yeah,
Look,
I mean,
he's just running in out of the fire, yelling "funky."
it's okay. He can dash as a bonus action. It's
Alright,
like
my
60
dudes.
feet of movement.
I'm gonna hit the hay. I'll see most of you on Saturday. I can't wait.
Oh my
Hell
god.
yeah.
fun, guys!
I need to actually print out my sheet so I can have a physical sheet.
I don't have that shit.
Yeah,